up over here on Twitch. You can run away with me. I'm also just sending a message, which is why I'm being slow on the setup. There we go. That's lovely. Get that running. Let you down. And you. Someone's like, "Oh, you can come work for me. It's 200 bucks a day." And I'm just like, "Cool. What's your job?" And he's like, "Builder." And I'm just like, "I would love to, mate. I would love to so much. I don't think your boss would like that, 'cause I'm disabled." I'm currently having a flare up because I did leafleting on Saturday and I was standing up for an hour, and after an hour my knee went and my legs started really hurting, and I still had another hour to go. So like about an hour and a half in, I limped over to like a bike rack and I sat on that, tried to hand out leaflets. It wasn't working, so I stood back up again. I leant against stuff, handed out leaflets for the rest of the hour. It's now Monday. My legs are still not good. I have like my time to stand up and do shit has been massively reduced. Like yesterday, I went on a date. I did, I did some steps. The steps are not the problem. Walking is less of a problem than standing. But standing on the train platform a little bit, because London, they hate the unhoused so much that they will prevent but like benches being put in places. It's ridiculous. And then like I did some standing waiting for the person because again, there's no fucking benches in London because they hate the unhoused. And then like there was some standing waiting for trains in other places because again, no benches. Um, and by the time I made it home, my legs were in pain again. Then I had to stand up to make dinner because my house isn't accessible. And by the end of it, I was like limping again. Like I do this kind of limp shuffle thing when my legs get really bad. Um, because basically my both my legs seize up. It sucks. Um, and I also can't straighten them. And I know I shouldn't have gone on the date, but I didn't want to cancel. Um, and I did bring my cane with me. It just doesn't help much. But yeah, and it's just like I would love to be a builder. I've done DIY in the past. Um, the way I do DIY and the way a union and a foreman are happy with DIY being done are not the same thing. I lost all the skin on both hands because I don't follow safety practices. I also fell off a ladder about 3 times, but it's in my own house and that is my right. It's fine, you know. It's okay. I didn't die. Alright, so it's cold as fuck. Why are people... Okay, you're disabled by the storm, so we're gonna go pop that on. And are you on? Are you on? Yes, okay, so we want you guys on. Check. Check. Like that. There we go. Why are you still cold? Your heater's on. Dead flies in the summertime. That's all behind. Duct tape skies and my honey. Who you are, they don't like where we go. Protect me now. They're washing the money. So we're gonna have to put. Right, I'm gonna put. Tech. Steam hub. We pop a steam hub like here? Yeah, like right there. That'll be good. And I need one like here maybe? I don't know, like can I... So this is the closest I can get it. Right now there, what's on the other side? They know where insects hide. We have food. Why are you hungry? That doesn't make any sense. Right. It's just what you want. What have you become? They take from you almost everything. Right, you guys are cold. So you will have one here and one here. We're gonna have to make sure that the coal works stay functioning. No, you're an automaton, I don't give a shit. Why are you down? Then you're on now. You have an automaton right there. Function, please. Thank you. Right. Oh. Destroy. I love this song, but every time I'm singing along to it, I have to remind myself that the fucking chorus, I need to not sing that aloud, because it's sex noises. It is. It's the same a lot. I love Bite. I really love Bite by Mad Side, and I have to remind myself that that's not a song you can sing out loud in the same room as your parents, and I forget that sometimes, which is hilarious, but also fuck, you know. Yeah, I don't believe in luck, don't believe in us, but I believe with the enemy. Right. We are pretty good on stuff. Okay. What can I build? Destroyer, 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 destroyer. I guess that's the enemy. I don't know if building another one will actually do anything. Can I? No, that's cool. Can I build one over here? Have you ready? No, you're good. Okay. So that's fine. I guess that's some of the enemy. What do you want? What's up? Okay. I guess the prison needs to be warmer. I don't know how to make the prison warmer exactly. Who's is messaging? Oh, that's the dude who I made the joke about. Your foreman would not like me. Yeah. Do we? Okay, we do need. No, not that one. This one. We want like. How many? We'll do like 20. You know what? Let's just make it infinite. You know, fuck it. We have steel. We have loads of steel. It's chill. Okay, we don't really need anything else from that. That's fine. Do we have anything that isn't a house right now? No, we don't. Is everyone's housed? Cool. So we don't need more housing. What's up? Oh no, you're here. I think it's kind of, I mean, if you can go out and not die, brilliant. But like, if you could like not die, that'd be great. Is there any book of laws we can pop in place? I don't really wanna. Yeah, let's do child shelter. Honestly, we can build a child shelter at this point. We've got the resources. Right. I wanna. Where am I gonna pop it? We can pop it over here. I really want to be able to rotate it and pop it in that space. That'd be lovely. But I don't think that's an option. Ooh. Look at how perfect that is. Okay, we're doing that. Stop it. I don't want a second one. There. That one. And then we want like these. There we go. Goodbye. We are not the same. We are not the same. And we are all to blame. Take my life. I'll be the one to hide. You don't have to let you down. I'll be the one to down. I'm literally just adding fucking roads for the sake of it at this point. It's not strictly necessary, I mean, fuck it, but I don't know. I'm kind of just adding roads right now. Ooh, I want to put that, like, there you go. And if you try to bring it down, nice. You guys, okay, you guys are warm. We can turn these off. You don't know a thing about this life. You don't know a thing about this life. You don't know a thing about... Because I want to see what it looks like without any of these on, and then I want to adjust it accordingly. Okay, that's fine. Cool, okay. Nice. Just double checking this. Okay, that's all good. That's fine, that's fine. That's also fine. Brilliant. That's looking lovely. And look at that, you're all comfy. Brilliant. Right, what's our new technology? We could do advanced heaters, we could do range. I don't know if range is useful right now. What else can we do? Optimize prosthesis. I don't massively care. We can add scouts, true. I think we want to make scouts faster because they can get back faster and that means they won't die of cold. Right? You are plenty warm. Why do you have a sick leave? Why? I mean, storage is not nearing capacity. You do have... Oh no, is that steel? No, that does make sense. Fair. Hello? What is up? No, that's chill. Right. I don't know if we want to do another fighting pit. We could do another fighting pit. I don't really see how that's massively helpful. I don't think we need that. Need another propaganda. Well, not propaganda, prison. I think one prison is enough. We don't want to encourage, like, putting people in prison. We kind of want to reduce that as a thing people are doing. I don't know, maybe that's just me. Personally, I kind of want to not encourage people to be imprisoned. You know, if you've killed someone, short prison. We're not exiling in this place because look at it, it's minus 40, that's just a death sentence, you might as well kill them. But like, you know, if someone stole a loaf of bread, I don't see how that's worth prison. I mean, public shaming, sure, but prison, unnecessary. Loss of the workforce, you know, it doesn't actually stop them doing it in future. Work out why they stole it, were they hungry, address the problem, you know? Just makes more sense to do that. Right. Oh, is this still actually... Yeah, that's still getting some trees. What about over here? Is this still getting any? Yeah, that's still getting some. That's fine. What if I add another one? Why am I doing that? It'd be resources. Television make you feel the bills you pay. For every person that you made to be. Let's see, that should hopefully work, right? Let's see, once those lines get made. It's mostly just to get those trees out of the way, to be honest. We don't need wood that intrinsically right now. Begins to break, and we are the kids from yesterday. Can we explore? There we go. Okay. Yeah, we'll go to Lonely Light. We only have one sick person. That's actually really good progress. I wanted to... Ooh, do we want to do engineers or do we want to do medics? Engineers or medics? I kind of feel like medics would make more sense. Our research is kind of chill at the moment, so I'm going to go medics. I don't normally go medics, I don't think. But I feel like medics is the right call in the kind of like world we've built right here. Yeah, it would be good for their character. Just, you know, as long as you're being careful. I'm so tired. which is 100% on me. What are you doing? Oh, is it just because... Oh, you just need workers, that's fine. Hear the music when your heart begins to break. We're gonna put them... There you go, put all of you on coal retrieval. Because you're not retrieving the coal, you're just getting the coal. There you go. Because that way we can get more people working on food, which is useful. Hello? What are we freezing on? What do you need? Okay, you need engineers.
Now march to work.
Can I? I'll swap you an engineer for a worker. There you go. And I'll give you an engineer. And we don't need you working on the coal thumper till that's empty, so that's fine. We'll pop you on there. Why? Okay, because you have too much stuff. That is also fine. Yeah, that should be alright. Just working stuff out. Yeah, I want to do efficiency. I'm just interested to see if it will clear the trees faster. I don't know, I just think it'd be amusing. Not amusing, but useful. So cool. I'm still working out how I can put music on streams without it affecting my ability to upload stuff to YouTube. Because YouTube fucking hates it when you have music in the background. So yeah. And I've also been flagged a couple of times for Twitter for having stuff, and it's just like, I'm trying not to get flagged, but at the same time, slightly ridiculous. Anybody come and rescue me? Da, da, da. I think I'm going to move this one this way to collect these. And I'll move this one this way, I think, when it's done. I'd like it if you could just drag and drop them, you know? I feel like that is the same... Okay, you're doing pretty good in time. As whatever the fuck is happening right now. I actually want to have a look at this before I have to pick it. So we're going to do faster of them. Okay, so on here, what do we want to do? I think we're going to do steam coal mine next. And we can't build a steam coal mine because we don't have the resources. We can do steam coal thumpers though, so I think we might do steel coal thumpers. I still don't need the gathering posts because I don't use them. Okay, no, we're going to do sawmills. Sawmills, it makes a lot more, like, sense to do that. We should probably do the charcoal kilns, but I don't really need them right now. And we've done everything on here, so that's fine. Okay. Alright. Alright. I don't want to be able to bypass the generator safety. I feel like that is a bad idea. So I'm kind of avoiding upgrading that one, because it just doesn't seem like a good idea. Everybody wants to change the world, but nobody wants to die. I was thinking about adding onto redeems you know the one where you flip your mouse the other way around, and you have to use the mouse backwards, like... Oh fuck, this is like actually... Okay, so I want to go up. Like this. I was thinking about putting this in as a redeem. Flipping it back again, because... Ah, fuck. But I don't know, I just... What am I doing? Ah, that actually fucked me up a lot more than I expected it to. Ooh, my scouts are faster now. Lovely. We are never gonna change the world, because we are never gonna die. I love how the option of, you know, the prison's full is not available, because the prison is not full. Okay, you guys are like halfway there. I wonder if that applies now, or whether they have to get to a location for it to apply. I don't know. That'd be interesting. Nobody wants to die. There's kind of like... Oh yeah, I want to put it on fast speed. That will help. But there's not much happening right now that I need to do. Ooh, yeah, I do need to... Where is it? This one? I want to use the body function.
Attention, shift is over. Proceed
There
to
we go.
quarters.
Ooh, scouts are there.
Praise our glorious leader.
What do we get? Oh, that's cool. We actually got some resources. That's nice. Yeah, we'll go to the buried dreadnought. Oh, cool. There's a duel taking place. If it makes them happy, fine. But I'd like it if you guys could not. I don't see why you feel the need to do that, but alright. New Orleans and shot me full of ever dream. We like to do it in the murder scene. Let's go up. You were here. I never have a fear. So come on, live your life. I've lost feeling in my right leg. By the way, today is the first day. I love how they're asking, like, why isn't it accessible? I have a heart condition and joint issues. I stood up for an hour on Saturday to hand out leaflets, and I've been struggling in pain ever since. It'll sort itself out, but hey. I wanted it to be this way for all our life. But yeah, no, I have been looking into a wheelchair again. I keep doing it. But I don't want to get one, because I can walk fine. I just can't stand up. And if London was just not such a dickhead country? We're not a country, we're a fucking city. But if London was less of a dickhead and just had benches, you know? Because, oh no, people sleep on benches when you don't provide them with homes. What a horrible tragedy. Maybe, I don't know, like house them, maybe? I don't know, it seems like an easy thing. Man in the sky, but the pigs won't quit. You're here with me, Dr. Death Defying. I'll be your surgeon, your proctor, your helicopter, bumping out the slaughtermatic sounds to keep you alive. Also, I had like a weird argument with someone about AC. I love how I had an argument with someone about AC, and then like, I'm not a builder, and then 2 seconds later, I'm a builder. Sir, you just said you weren't a builder. I don't know, I find that amusing. Also, it wasn't really an argument. I was trying to ask questions to ascertain, like, does it actually work? I mean, because the thing is, if he was putting, the way he said it, it sounded like he'd installed AC units in all the rooms of his house. And if they're external AC units, that means drilling holes in the walls, and I'm not allowed to do that because of the type of house I live in. And also, you can't. The brick, like, broke 3 drill bits when we got our door installed, so that's not fucking happening. And he's like, no, it's like the ones you stick on the wall. And I was just like, oh, yeah, that's also not happening in this house, because damp issues. Those things are known for damp issues. I'm not putting one in my house when I already have a damp issue. That's the other thing. AC just makes things damper. And I don't need more damp. I've got enough damp, thank you. So I've got my fan on. You might be able to hear it. I'd say sorry, but I'm not sorry. It's hot. I want it, so I'm using it. I have no idea what the stream's going to turn out like. This is my first day on Adderall like, it's not Adderall, on ADHD medication. I don't actually, what the fuck am I taking? I don't know. It begins with a C. Apparently it's the first one everyone takes, so I'm on that. Probably not actually going to start working today, because I just took it. And normally medication takes like a day to kick in, I don't know. But it'll be interesting. So yeah, it's getting colder again. Okay, you guys are on the way, that's fine. We'll have to make it on our own. Who is cold? Yep. What I might just do is put that on for the whole area.
Thank our leader for this brightest day. Now march to work.
Oh no, I'll just put that on. I still think of the bombs they sell. Is that gonna... Okay, so that is working in some of the areas. Are you gonna work for all of them? I'm trying to work out if you're gonna heat that. Is it gonna work? I'm trying to work that out. No. Okay, I'll just turn that on and that on individually. That's fine. Let's pop up here, pop you guys on. Because the only hope for me is you and I. You do not work with people, I don't give a shit. Okay. Nice. Okay, you still have trees, you still have trees. Barely any, but you do have some. I don't see the point of adding you just yet, but I will make you into one, because you two almost finished. Right. We could do coal thumpers for now, but coal thumpers are already going along pretty well. I think I want to do heating again. You want to do advanced heaters? Yeah, we'll do advanced heaters for now. But we're only going to turn some of them up, like the ones over by the, out of the main city, you know? Ooh, hello. Let's sort you guys out. Oh, there's a relic here. 100%. There you go. I really wish that it didn't have the scroll wheel, like on this game. I kind of want to see if I can disable that. Actually, can I? Settings. Controls, okay. Yeah, it should be home, but I'd kind of like it if I could not. Because I want to be able to zoom up and like that, but what if I don't... What is press key? What is press key? Oh! So I'm not with it. I don't think X is a thing, right? X is not... Wait, it should be that and then that, because that's what it is in Sims, I think. Perfect. That will help. There we go. No, it still does it. Fuck. Why are you still doing this? Because I'm not pressing C. So what is happening? It should be home. It's not home for some reason. We're restoring defaults. Kid that made itself of the run, singing songs that make you everything isn't much fun. Yeah, this is not... That's actually really annoying. They don't give you an option for it. What the hell? I'm saving just because I don't trust this thing not to shut on me. Is this what you always want me for? Nice. Again, it really annoys me when it keeps doing that. Okay, I don't really want to do extended shifts. I don't see the point of public houses, but maybe I should set one up. And I don't see the point of triage. We've kind of done all the purpose ones. I don't want an agitator and I don't want forced persuasion. I don't see how that's helpful. Because one's just torture. Both of them are basically just torture. One is just, you know, what police do at protests these days, where they're trying to set people off so they have a reason to arrest people. And that's just a dickhead move, honestly.
Turn over your tools. The shift is over. Glory to our great leader.
You're still collecting coal, that's fine. Nice. Because all of our resources are kind of full. We could do more storage areas. I kind of think that this is pretty decent. I mean, our coal's not been getting too low, so I'm not too worried about coal storage. I've said that now, I've jinxed it, it's gonna just have a problem. So I probably should get some more coal storage. I don't know. I feel like it's just unnecessary getting that much coal storage, honestly. But maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I should. Fuck it, we'll add some more coal storage, just for the sake of it, I guess. You can never have too much. But I don't see the point of adding more steel or wood storage. We're not using it up in the same way that we're using up coal, so I don't think we have to be concerned. Okay. Oh yeah, I need to do bodies again if it will let me. There you go. I'm trying to get rid of some of these bodies. Alright, alright. Hello. I'd like it if you could make, oh, what am I saying? I'd like it if you could make the, roads out of different shit. Like, what if I want roads made out of steel instead of roads made out of wood? You know? What's up here? Endless white desert. Endless white desert. Oh, okay, no, it's just gonna say that for all of them. Oh, no, it's not. Okay. Yeah, we'll go to this one then. Another dance floor. Wanna get down. It could be gang war. Alright, I got the answer. It's all the good times they give you cancer. I am still waiting for my testosterone results. It's been like a month and a half now. I need to, like, basically I need to consider, is it worth it monetarily? Well, it's not worth it is it financially viable? I think is a better way of putting it. To go private with my blood test if it gets them done faster. Because doing it with the NHS, it's supposed to be less than a month. Because what I'm supposed to do is when I finish my second bottle and I start my third bottle, I'm supposed to get the blood test there and then. And then I'm supposed to get it done. But even if I do it exactly like that, which is not what's happening because of ADHD, but even if I did it exactly like that, the times I'm waiting for my test results would mean that it doesn't make sense. Hey there! Hey Bunny! How you doing? Also, still, what the fuck was that meme you sent me? I mean, I know that takes more than one person to do, but why? It's like some weird hand ostrich. For some reason it reminds me of Pan's Labyrinth or just The Labyrinth, because there was that whole weird thing with the hands in that movie. I don't know. You can call it the creature all you like, but that was a hand monstrosity. Okay? But hey. We are building stuff. Weirdly, I like playing this game in summer. It makes me feel a bit less hot. Because actually, how hot is it? I'm going to have a look. I should have... Let me see. Is home going to be the thing that tells me what my house's temperature is? Go away, Apple. Stop it! No, don't recognize my voice. Fuck off, Siri. No. Oh my god, I hate this. Okay. Apparently it's like 24.5 to 33 degrees in my house. That's Celsius. Which, fuck off. No, it's not acceptable. Really isn't acceptable. Why is the porch light still on in my house? Turn off. You don't need the porch light on, it's daytime. Let's see. Oh, you just don't support the manometer. My parents have set up this whole smart house thing so I can check things from my phone. But yeah. But yeah, because I fucked up my legs on Saturday, I'm probably not going to be going to the Wednesday meeting. Which sucks, because I kind of wanted to go, but... the central line is not accessible in the slightest, and there's no fucking way I'm getting there. Nah, it's chill. I'm going to try and post in the group chat for the political group I'm in to see if they can put some more accessible stuff into place. Because what I've noticed is from the meetup, everyone there was very much white liberals. Like, they gave white liberal vibes, and I'm white too, but I'm trying to be more leftist. And I don't think that they have thought about accessibility, which is often a thing with these kinds of people. They don't think about intersectionality a lot of the time, and they also don't think about much beyond what they're currently trying to do. So I might try and bring up the whole, hey, have we considered trying to make this event more accessible? Like, is your venue accessible? Because the station you're doing it at isn't accessible, and is there a more accessible route to get there? Like, because can we do Zoom meetings? A lot of the like parties that I work with, and a lot of the political groups I work with, they do Zoom meetings to include people who are like bedridden, people who can't leave their house, people who are immunocompromised, stuff like that. So it'd be really helpful if we could get something like that in place, and it'd be interesting to see how they respond to that. 3 years ago, while you keep screaming for revolution. But yeah, also I really want to support them. I really want to help them in this, but they do give me the vibe of they're not gonna achieve what they're aiming for because I don't think they know what they're doing. And it feels mean to say it, but I really don't get the idea that they have a plan. They have ambitions. They have so many ambitions, and that's great for them. I don't think they have a plan though, and that is a little bit concerning because the whole point is they're trying to like tax the rich. Great thing, we really need to be doing that. How? You know? A lot of people were saying how, and I was going, nobody has told me how. We can talk to somebody else. Um, but yeah, I mean, Mumdani is proof that it can be done. We do need people to work on making it happen, but we also need a plan. And I'd love to talk to people, see if we can work out that plan. I'm not saying I have the answers, I don't have the answers. I am saying that this is not something I've said, this is something other people have mentioned to me. In the leftist community, there is a sentiment that any political movement that is solely headed by white people, any protest group or anything like that that is solely headed by white people, tends to not be a good time because they tend to do everything on vibes and not actually know what they're doing. And I'm not gonna lie, the political stuff I've got involved with, where it has been all white people in the past, it's true. It's the reason I'm not trying to run shit. I don't know what the fuck I'm doing. I don't think I should be running anything. I want to be helping in the background, sure. I want to be using whatever platform I have, using the privilege society gives me to help out, to do shit. I should not be running things, because, you know, I'm new to this. I'm working on this. Maybe in 10, 20 years when I've got a better idea, maybe when I've got something in my belt, when I've got some expertise, some experience, when I've been working with people and I've learned how they do things, sure. I'm 25. I don't have experience. I'm new to this fight. I don't know what I'm doing. And, you know, it's like the people who tried to protest ICE and did that by doing yoga in front of ICE or throwing dildos at them, and it's just like, you're so used to putting on a spectacle, you're so used to throwing a party that you don't know how to protest effectively. And instead of listening to people, they get defensive, and it's not helpful. It's really not helpful. And I know that, like, I'm prone to that shit. I don't know what the fuck I'm doing. I can make a great spectacle, I can make a great piece of entertainment, but it doesn't mean anything, and you need to make it mean something if you're doing this. Which is why so often it's important to listen to the people who've been fighting longer, who have been doing this for years. The people who have arrest records and who, you know, have got in trouble with the police for standing up for human rights, because they know what they're doing. They've been there. They've been fighting more longer than I've been alive. You know, it's like it's all great signing petitions, but petitions don't tend to actually achieve as much as you think. Petitions are begging, and it's great to get people to start talking about stuff. Emailing politicians works better. Um, it still doesn't work very well because the politicians just kind of put you in spam, but it works better. Um, but you know, it's all about learning what works, learning things that could be helpful from people who've already done it, who've already tried. So yeah, I get the same thing with the Green Party. I'm really trying with them, but yeah, they also don't have half the officers, and I'm like, I am also doing this because I don't want to be in charge of things, because I also don't have the time. I don't have the mental energy or the time to be in charge of things. Um, and you know, I also shouldn't. But I'm like, should I run for office in the Green Party to be their... Mm-hmm. No. Because the thing is, even if you peacefully protest, that doesn't look good for the cops when they start shooting, and they want to. Especially in America, they want to start getting violent. And if you're sitting there peacefully holding a sign being like, yeah, we pose no threat, that doesn't look good for the news. That's not something they can spin and make you into the bad guy. So they don't want you to stay peaceful, which is why they often have, and I can pull up the thing in this game, which is the same thing, agitators. Like, I mean, it's done differently here, but agitators is kind of what they do. Um, they try to start things, and they're not actually protesters, they're cops trying to make people stop peacefully protesting and violently protesting, which is ridiculous. But yeah, no, I've been to a couple of protests, and again, another reason I should probably look into a wheelchair, because maybe if I had one, I could go to more protests. Because so far I just end up sitting kind of at the back, not doing anything, which is not a bad thing. But I can't go to marches because too much standing and not really accessible. And a lot of protests aren't massively accessible. They're trying to do better, they really are. But it doesn't often work out the way I think that a lot of people intend, which is fine. And I'm not even somebody who's a full-time wheelchair user. Like, I'm genuinely considering whether or not getting one would mean I can window shop, you know? Like, I can't go up and window shop. I only go out to buy stuff if I know what I'm buying. Because standing in the aisle looking at stuff, my legs can't handle. My legs can't do that. It can cause them to get bad, and I'm not... I used to do that all the time, and then I just have flare-ups constantly. And it means I can't do other stuff. I could go to a club, but I'll just be sitting somewhere. I could... And that's the thing I'm kind of looking into, because... Yeah, I want to, but... It's looking into things. But, you know, it's interesting and complicated. And also, my house isn't accessible. The London Underground isn't. Half the stations don't have lifts. They should have lifts, or they'll have lifts, but they've shut them down at the moment, which... ridiculous. But yeah. I will avenge my ghost, and every breath I take, I'm coming back from the dead. I think I should add another one over here then. Life you stole. I'm gonna put one here, I guess. Yeah, like there. And then I'll put one like here. Oh no. There we go. I don't know, I hope this is gonna reduce the fact that places are cold. I'm gonna build another wood depot. I don't want to put a wood depot in between two heating things. I feel like that's a fire hazard. So yeah. Yeah. I mean, I have actually been considering that. Just getting like a ramp and just kind of seeing if I can get a foldable one. But I don't know. But it is interesting. It's something that I do like to bring up. I've been working on accessibility stuff since I was a teenager, because it's something I've had a special interest in. Like, why is there so many people that will be like, yeah, we put Braille, and it's just like, why is the Braille 2D? And they're like, well, it's Braille. Do you know how Braille works? Like, do you have any idea how Braille works? I shouldn't have to spell it out, but the whole point of Braille is that they can't read words because they can't see words, so you have to touch the words, and you made it 2D. Why? You know? But It is. It it's almost comical just how little some people think about it. I've seen people go, yeah, it's fully accessible, and then you show up and it's like, oh, but like the building is accessible, but there's stairs to get in, and it's like, dude, you can actually get stair climbing wheelchairs. There's been loads that have been developed, but they're all too expensive and also ugly as sin, and not on insurance if you're in America, and not mass produced, and all sorts of things. I don't know. It's just kind of how things go. There's actually some wheelchair users that I follow who they wear full protective gear and then they just use the London Underground or the French Underground or just all of these things with signs on their back going, yeah, it's uncomfortable for me to be here. It's uncomfortable for you to see me. Maybe if it was accessible, it wouldn't be. To just make a point about, yeah, you don't think about disabled people in your daily life. And they exist and they're there. And it's kind of interesting. So yeah. How are you still cold? I just built you another heat thing. And it is not that cold. What the fuck? I don't know. They're being weird. But yeah, no. It's just interesting. And I've had this so many times in schools where they just don't think. And I genuinely don't understand how people just don't think about the experiences of people who aren't themselves. I mean, I know that sometimes I can not realize something is a problem because I've never heard of it before. But things like doors, like when there's a door that you need to push or pull, every single time I see one, I'm like, cool. So if you had grip problems, if you had strength problems, if you were a child who, can't pull as much weight because you're a child, um, that becomes an issue, you know? And people just don't think about it. Or the amount of times that buildings are so focused on being aesthetically appealing that it's a health and safety nightmare. It's an accessibility nightmare. Like, there was this building, and they built the entire staircase out of glass. Someone didn't think about women, because that's an upskirting problem right there. Also, glass stairs is a massive health and safety problem. People with vision issues can't see them. People without vision issues probably can't see the edge of the stairs in low lighting. Like, it's just an absolute disaster, and it's why? Like, why did you think any of this was a good idea? I'm turning you off and you off and you off. Okay, you go back on. But that's the most you get. Okay. We will carry on. Also, do you need... Okay, you do apparently need... How the fuck is it reaching you lot? Okay. You guys are losing your heating because I'm trying to save coal. And you're yellow, so that's fine. For some reason this works. I don't fully understand how it works, but cool, I guess. Yeah. And honestly, they need to get that shit out of designers when they're in design school. Stop trying to make pretty buildings that are death traps. Like the guy who made the death laser. There was literally this guy, he made like a death laser, and basically what he did was he made a building that concentrated the light into one place so that when the sun hit the building it created a laser that melted cars and turned a swimming pool so hot it could kill somebody. Like, what? Did you not think about things? Did you not check? Like, how? How have you done this? I genuinely want to know. Like, what do you mean you didn't think? And the thing is, I have not come across a female designer who's done any of this. It's always male designers. And I could be wrong. I could be wrong. And I would love to see if a female designer has done this at some point, but I have never come across one. And I think that that is incredibly interesting. Yeah. It's just like, why? Why did you think this was a good idea? They're like, oh, but I wanted to make something that's never been made before. Maybe it hasn't been made before for a reason. Because sometimes, this is like my mum teaches her boys at school all the time. Just because you can, doesn't mean you should. You know? But it's never been done before. Maybe look at why. Maybe look at why. I mean, we have never transplanted a fish head onto a person. Doesn't mean you should. There's probably a reason we haven't done that. Probably because it's a bad idea. I would say we've never transplanted an animal head, but we have. Science has done some horrendous things, and some things that really need to be answered to. But, you know, like, it's a thing that they've done a lot, and yeah. But it's just, it's like somebody decided to give, like, dolphins LSD, I think it was, because they wanted to see if they could get dolphins to communicate in English. First of all, we know the answer's no. Like, they don't have the biological structures to produce human sound. It's not happening. And you could have answered that very simply. And second of all, they were just doing things to the dolphins that are not PC, put it that way. And it's just, why? Why? There was no need for this. And they're just like, yeah, but just because there's no need, what if I just do it anyway? Why? Yeah, pretty much. I think he did start off like that, and then they were like, okay, so you found out, can you stop now? And he's like, no, but we have other things to discover. No, you don't. You don't. You really don't. There was no need for half of this. But sure, come up with random reasons why, oh no, but actually we do really need this. No, you don't. Like, you really don't, but I... Sometimes I have deep intrinsic questions for the scientific folks about, what the fuck are you doing? I don't know if this is actually... What's this one? It's low risk though, it's not massive risk. Nah, we'll leave it as is for now. We don't want to be burning out of too much coal. I know that I still have coal, but I'm trying to be like careful with it because I don't want the whole thing to shut down. Yeah. Honestly, that is part of the reason I read. Like, sometimes I read some ridiculous books that have no plot, and it's just random bullshit. And it's simply for the fact that sometimes I just don't want to think. You know, I don't want to think, and that's okay. I play some silly video games that are bullshit because sometimes thinking is a curse, and that's okay. You know? Sometimes it is okay that being human and having the ability of thought is not always fun, you know? It's like they have that whole thing about
Thanks
sometimes it's a
Alpina for this
gift
price you take.
to be
Now
ignorant or
march to
something.
work.
Okay, there we go. You are... Yeah, well, you're comfortable, fine. But still, though. But as long as you're in this range, I don't really care. Yeah, that's the one, ignorance is bliss. It's just... I mean, I get it. I've never had that, but... Well, no, I've never had that on major things. I've had that on some things. And then I learned about them, and I no longer have that ignorance. And honestly, probably for the best, to be honest. Because it's like some things you get to be ignorant about. But when it's just because, but it doesn't affect me, but it affects other people, then... I don't know. Maybe you should know. You know, maybe it's time to find out a little bit. I don't know. Just because, like, I didn't know about what was happening in Congo. I didn't know what was happening in Palestine. I didn't know for years. I was very late to the party. And then I started learning about it, and I started getting involved. And it's not that hard to get involved. I just stopped buying certain stuff. Basically, if you can go without it without damaging your health, and going without it would help somebody else, do it. You know? But yeah, it's something you've got to think about. But I don't know. My comfort is not worth other people's lives. And also, you know, I've got loads of other shit that's in my head that's never going to go away. I did get to visit on Saturday. I've wanted to visit this for a while. It's the Bethnal Green Train Memorial. So, in Bethnal Green, there was a disaster in World War II. During the Blitz, there was air raid sirens that would go off, and people would often go to the tube stations to seek shelter during the bombs going off. And the air raid sirens would go off when the first planes were sighted. People would walk with like an orderly fashion. They'd, take their kids, they'd take a little bit of food, they'd have time to pack a few bits and bobs, and they'd go to the shelter, and they'd get in there, they'd bunker down, the air wardens would come, everything would be chill. And yeah, it's not fun, the bombs are going off, but you're safe. And you don't know, the most stress is, am I going to come out, is my house going to be there, am I going to lose everything? Yeah, it doesn't have to be though, that's the thing. It's so easy to just say, but it is what it is, and I'm trying to say, but does it have to be, But yeah, no, so Bethnal Green, and people would go into these shelters and they'd be relatively safe. Because the shelters, they're massively underground. We've got clay soil in the UK, so it's pretty protective. And people would sleep on the deactivated tracks, or they'd sleep on the platform, and, that's the history of how the underground was used. So Bethnal Green, it's I think at the time it was a pretty well-off area in terms of things, like not East End, but also not, Victoria levels of wealth. It was kind of middling class, probably upper working class, I think. But one night that the government decided they were going to test a weapon. They were going to test air raid guns, anti-air raid guns, I think it was, and they weren't going to tell anyone. They decided not to tell the people because they thought that there were spies amongst their people who would report this back to the Germans. What they could have done is they could have put the air raid sirens off and people would have gone into the shelter, and then the explosions would have gone off, and you could have said as the government, oh yeah, there was a bombing, and we were just really lucky that it didn't hit any houses, and we cleared up all the mess, and aren't we amazing, and people would have loved you. People would have felt so safe, they would have probably been really kind of happy with their government. But they didn't do that. Instead, what they did was, without warning, they started firing. And people thought it was bombs. It was the same sound, the same level of noise as an explosion, so people panicked. They ran to the shelters, which was Bethnal Green Station, and they were panicking, and a crush ensued. I can't remember if the station was open at the time, or if the gates, because in the UK we have pull-across gates to close stations off when the stations aren't working, if the gates were there. But people were running down this staircase, they were tripping, it was slippery, because it's often slippery in the UK, we have a lot of rain. And I believe it was 158 people, it could have been 156 or 153, but it was somewhere in 150 to 160 people died that day because of negligence. And the government covered it up until I believe it was 2014, when through public pressure and petitions they finally installed the Bethnal Green Train Memorial, known as the Stairway to Heaven. And the Stairway to Heaven, it treats it like, oh, but it could have happened to anybody, oh, it was just a tragic accident. It wasn't. A lot of the survivors said that they were told not to talk about it. They were told to shut up, to keep their mouths shut, that it would damage the morale of the war effort if they talked about it, and so to keep silent. Whole families were wiped out that day. Multiple eyewitness accounts, multiple survivors' accounts, said that they weren't there with their family, and they were the only one pulled out, the only person left alive. And I will never forgive my government for what they've done. I will never forgive my government for that. And yeah, it's not the only one. We've had multiple underground disasters. The ones I can remember is Bethnal Green. There's it's not Brixton, it's the other end of the Northern Line. Um, Morden might have been. I think it might have been Morden. And the other one is, I believe, King's Cross. And I was actually thinking about getting tattoos to commemorate these, because people don't remember them. There's like barely anything to commemorate them. There's a small plaque in the station on the Northern Line. There's a small plaque, I believe, in King's Cross, but people don't talk about it. People don't know. I only know because I have a special interest in transport disasters, and I learn about them. The one that happened in King's Cross is the reason why all escalators are metal now. They used to be wood. And wooden escalators, they work the same as the metal ones, but people smoked back then on the underground, and people would drop their cigarettes, and they would fall between the cracks of the escalator and down the side, which is also why the brushes are there. And underneath the stairs there was accumulation of tickets and dust and all sorts. And most of the time the cigarettes went out. They would drop, and they would get extinguished. But one day they didn't. And because of the way that the air system works in the tubes, they actually did a scientific test to work out why this happened. It's really interesting, and I highly recommend you look it up. But because of the way that there's a vacuum created when the trains leave, and a rush of air when the trains arrive in the station, because of how everything's built, um, there was a fireball, and the entire King's Cross station went up in flames, and a load of people who were on the that's not what I'm trying to do. A load of people who were on the train that day and who were waiting to get out didn't make it. And some of the eyewitness accounts were, yeah, harrowing, basically. And it's something that I think more people need to look into. Because, yeah. And people knew this was happening. I'm pretty sure that this was something that people were well aware of. That, you know, would catch as fire and maybe stop dropping e-cigarettes on the train. It's also why the train is now a no smoking area, because of how quickly a fire can get out of hand. But a lot of safety measures have been written in blood, and people don't think about the fact that safety measures are written in blood. And we really do need to be aware of that, you know? The Morden one, we don't actually know what happened because we couldn't work out what happened to the driver because his body couldn't exactly be investigated. But we do know that for whatever reason he didn't brake. And that station is an end of the line station, so there's nothing beyond it. There's no tunnel, it's just a wall. And he hit the wall, and the train became a concertina. Unfortunately, it was rush hour, and the train was packed, and a lot of people didn't make it out that day. The driver was killed on impact. I think that there weren't a large amount of casualties. I don't remember the exact number, but I do know that it was a massive issue because there was a school that had let out, and most of the first and second carriages were school children. And there was a whole thing of teachers who heard about it rushing to the scene to help. There was first responders whose kids were in there. It became a massive press thing at the time. But nowadays you ask people about it and they're like, what? I've never heard of that. And I feel like stuff like that probably shouldn't be forgotten. You know, people don't forget the 7/7 bombings. But, you know, stuff that is human negligence or human error, so-called accidents, they tend to get forgotten, you know? And it's partly why I research them, because every accident affects the rest of us. It affects the new rules put in place. It affects how things are handled. And if we don't know about them, if we don't know about why they happened, we can't prevent them happening in future. And I don't think that there's enough, like, done about it, I guess, I'd say. Because a lot of these accidents, they didn't have to happen. Like, you hear about them, and you're like, no, I can see exactly why this would happen. This shouldn't have happened in the first place. There were multiple times where someone could have gone, actually, can we fix this? But people go, but I don't want to fix it because it's not a problem now. And, like, it's not causing our shareholders issues now. And it'd be so much money to fix it. And, like, human life costs more than a bit of money. And we shouldn't wait until people die to do something. Apparently, last week, I'm still waiting to hear fully about this, there was a train crash outside the UK. Not outside the UK, outside London. But I think it was South Western Rail, I'm not entirely sure. But yeah. And I'm waiting for the investigation to come out. I don't really like to speculate about things until the full investigation is out. Unless, you know, it's obvious, which in some cases it's less about waiting for the investigation and more waiting for charges. But yeah, this is why I research things, and it's because, yeah, it's also knowing, oh, this is something that was ignored, this is a step that was ignored, that if it wasn't ignored, this wouldn't have happened. This is something where somebody slacked off, this is something where the culture was the issue. You can then spot the steps, and you can stop the steps, which means that it doesn't progress further, you know? There was a plane crash where the problem was that it was hierarchy. The pilot said, shut up, and the flight not the flight crew. So in a cockpit at the time there was 3 people. There was pilot, co-pilot, and I think it was flight engineer. And the flight engineer was the lowest rung in the cockpit at the time. So the flight attendant, not flight attendant, the pilot said, "No, shut up, don't worry about it." The co-pilot was like, "Yeah, whatever the pilot says, you know, I don't want to get on his bad side." And the flight engineer said, "Actually, no, we shouldn't take off. It's not safe." And both of the others in the cockpit told him to shut up. It was on the black box that he spoke up about it, and they told him to shut up. The "how dare you speak over me, how dare you say this against me, don't you know who I am" kind of thing. Classic power tripping, just really annoying. Um, and because of this, there was like something put in place about, you know, stopping this kind of hierarchy from affecting things, because social hierarchies where if one person speaks up but they're lower than somebody else, people take offense to it. They're like, "Oh, but how could you say that? You're making me look bad." And it's like, I don't give a shit about making you look bad if making you look good could kill people, you know? But that's the kind of thing that it is actually really a problem. But that's why we need to look into things like that, because then, you know, if you're in an office environment and you bring something up to your boss about health and safety and they say, "Oh, but I'm your boss, I know better," you can go, "No, we're not doing that, and I'm going to go to somebody higher up than you because I'm not letting your ego kill people." And yeah, it's not that simple. I wish it was that simple, but it's not that simple. But being able to spot things, pattern recognition, can help people. We are so going to run out of coal. Fucking hell, this is not good. They want you to be who they want you to see. Okay, so it's 35 an hour from you. And then we've got the individual ones, which are 3 coal an hour. Yeah. There's also some really weird, like, good shit that happens all the time. And it's kind of wholesome, and it's nice to see. Is that? No, that's not good. Okay, you're going back. But yeah, no. And it's just interesting. What if I turn you off? Okay, I can turn that one off, and that's fine. Can I turn off you? Okay. And am I... No, because you're covering that one, and you're covering that one. Okay, that needs to stay. Just trying to work on... Would it be in the economy? I think it'd be in the economy, right? Wake up and notice you're someone you know. You look in the mirror and don't like what you see. Wonder firsthand what it's like to be me. So gather round, piggies, and kiss this goodbye. Okay. So this is actually helpful. It tells me what's working, what's not working. You have workers. What are you talking about? There's 2 different coal piles. What? I didn't even know this. I'm so confused right now. Okay. I'll serve it and try. God run proceeds to the penitent's bow. When I grow up, I want to be nothing like you. Okay, that's fine, that's fine. Oh, we have survivors. Also, like, escort them back. That's all good. I don't know if we're going to need more houses. We've got 2 spaces in that one. We've got 5 spaces in the care home. Well, that's not a thing. We've got... So let's see, that's 5. That's 2. That's 6. So that's 13. 23. Okay, there's like loads of houses here that are completely uninhabited. Oh, cool. So we shouldn't have a homelessness problem. That's all good. Prison is a slight issue, but eh. Okay, we don't have any tents. Great. About contrition, 'cause I got enough to spare, and I've granted you commission. Okay. We could probably up that, but I don't know how. Okay, why are you guys not producing anything? Okay, it's just inactive during this time. That's fine. That's fine. Oh, we've had like no deaths recently. That's brilliant. Take this to my grave. Can I view history? Take me like a stray. Okay, so coal consumption is over coal gain, which is a problem. We do need more coal gain. Okay. We had a peak a couple of days ago, so I think having more people is gonna be better. We had a massive coal gain spike when we had a down period. Okay. This is good, but this definitely needs to be fixed because that's not helpful right now. Okay. Let's see history for this. Okay, wood is perfectly fine. We don't really need wood right now. I don't think steel's an issue. Yeah, steel's fine. What about food? Raw food gain. Okay, so raw food gain, food ration gain, and food ration use. Yeah, so I don't understand why it keeps saying people are hungry. We've had like one death, I think. No, we've had no deaths. We've had a couple of people sick. Okay. Now I want to do full history. There we go. So we had a peak of deaths in the middle there. I think that's when the generator was off. We have had a large spike in that. But honestly, that's pretty good. We want to keep that nice and low. That's good. And that doesn't even have a history. Okay. So that's useful stats to know. Tell me I'm an angel. Take this to my grave. Yeah, I'm a bad man. Kick me like a stray. Oh, fine. I don't have the coal right now to do that, though. We really need to... I need to do this, but I don't have the things to turn it into that, which is the problem. I probably should have done it sooner. So yeah, we have also had some really good science news. There's obviously the Japanese teeth thing that's been found. There's... oh shit, it's gonna get cold again. That's really not good. Ah, okay, but it's not gonna be cold for too long, which is good. Okay, but yeah, no, we've got... let's see what else was there. I think there was a couple of new species found this year, which is nice. There might have been something that was moved off the endangered list, which I think was good. There's people freaking out about the trans mice, but they're not transgender, they're transgenetic, and people don't understand that because of course they don't. Everyone just hears trans and loses their shit because that's the world we live in apparently. Right, I'm actually gonna dismantle that. I'm gonna build a new one. To the yeah, we'll do that there. Goodbye. Like that. There we go. Shit. Okay, we're gonna see how that works. Don't forget the time you're gonna have to remind me what that is in long form, because I don't think so. Because I haven't been watching a lot of episodes of things. I've mostly been watching 911 at the moment, because I'm in like a massive firefighter like show. Okay, no I haven't. I'm still on season 1 of that. I really need to like improve on that. But yeah, I am so not caught up on the Amazing Digital Circus. I really need to be. But yeah, I don't know, for some reason my brain just struggles to focus on it, which I don't know why, but interesting either way. Nice, I cannot build that right now, I do not have the resources. But we can, resources, build a steam sawmill. Yeah, let's do it right there. And there, like that. Perfect. Okay, that should be pretty good, and that will help with that, and then that will move along, we'll clear that spot. This should be good. Hello, thank you for the people. We can now put people to work on gathering more coal, because Jesus fucking Christ, we need coal. And look at that, nobody is homeless. Yay! We have everybody with homes. Well, we have people with houses. Homes and houses are not the same thing. I used to get into fights with people about that. Yeah, I mean, possibly. I also just don't watch a lot of TV, to be honest. I mostly read at the moment. Sometimes I watch TV, but sitting still for that long, with nothing to do with my hands, I should probably pick up knitting. I used to knit while watching TV, and it did massively help, but yeah, I can't focus on a TV show when I'm not using my hands for something. I have been trying to take my iPad downstairs, so because I'm using a graphics tablet that doesn't have images. The fuck is this? Okay, I guess. I'm gonna do that one first though. But yeah, because I've been using a like my graphics tablet basically is just a touchscreen. It doesn't have any images, so it's like a disconnect from what you see and what you draw. It means it's a lot harder to draw on than my iPad, but my iPad is slow and doesn't have a lot of storage. I do need to sort that out. I might plug my iPad in to my computer and transfer files across to make it easier. But yeah, so that being said, sometimes I can't draw really fiddly stuff, so I'm really struggling at the moment to draw a skull. So I went and I got like an image of a skull from the internet and I traced it for what I'm doing, but I don't want to do that. So I'm working on drawing the skull on my iPad so that I can export it, import it as a thing. It's a longer process than it needs to be, but hopefully it will help. So yeah, I don't need you working there. That's fine. We need more people on that.
Now march to work.
Can you... That's fine. We need people working there. We need people working here. We need people working on you. And then amongst the journey, they can fix you proper with a bit of luck. Okay, you still got plenty of wood. That's great. It's really quite alarming, 'cause I'm such an awful heart. I gave you blood, gallons of stuff. I'm definitely gonna have to build something over here. This is such a bad idea, but I kind of need to do it. I'm the kind of human wreckage that you love. Bum, bum. Okay, this is not good. Is that gonna climb as much as it's gonna fall? I'm hoping so. See a prayer from you too.
Shift is over. Proceed to quarters. Praise our glorious leader.
Yeah, because I can't really... Can I please do the clicky? Thank you. Yeah, because I don't have cores. And I really need cores. The stream that never comes off the sheets. Clean me up. I'm so dirty, babe. But yeah, we're gonna get all of the wood from all of the places. Only go so far to carry this. But yeah, I am like hoping that I find somebody who likes the same shows as me. I did have a good date like on Friday. That was great. We basically just he came around at like 12, and we just kind of chatted on the sofa for 12 hours, and we also got takeout. But yeah, it was kind of cool. I like dates like that, where it's just no pressure, just hanging out. We watched some British comedy together. We watched Would I Lie to You? I like Would I Lie to You. I mean, it's bullshit the entire time, but it's like fun. We chatted about books. It was all good. So yeah, got some new book recommendations that I should really put into my thing. I'm trying to remember what it's called now. I'm gonna probably ask him, but I think it's called The Abyss, and it's basically It's kind of like a psychological horror thing, a bit like Junji Ito, where there's like a hole appears in the world, and like the further down you go, the more corrupted you get, and like it will kill you to go between the levels, and there's like body horror and all of that. It sounds really interesting. So yeah, right. And the Lord is
Thank our leader
alive
for this
to the
bright new day.
sound of
Now
your
march to
day.
work.
Oh, you're not that cold. Okay, that's fine. And it's better up this way. Yeah, okay, that's not as good. And they gave us 2 shots to the back of the head. That was speedy.
By
Now,
order of our great leader, work shift is
never
over.
again,
March to your
never
quarters.
again. They can. How much is that going to cool you lot down? Because you don't need to be comfortable right now, you just need to be warm enough. So I'm going to see how that drops, I think. One more time, one more night. It mostly causes a problem for the extremity areas, okay? Try, wanna try. But it does, I think, half the cost. Why? You don't need that one. You don't have people in your building. Hush. I try, I try, I try. Okay, yeah, that's pretty good. Why are you that warm? You don't have any people here. I don't know. Doesn't matter though. So much better off this way. Okay, that's fine. Yeah, that's good. Never again. They gave us 2 shots to the back of the head. Okay, we don't have citizens available. That's fine. It's better that we have them working on the coal problem, to be honest. Fucking hell. I just turned off temperatures. No. Can I tell you guys to stop? Can I... Can you do that? Can I send you... No? I hope they get back in time, because I don't want them dying in the storm. At least I think I can do this. We'll hope.
And thank our leader for this bright new day. Now march to work. Attention,
I
shift
don't
is
think we
over.
built
Proceed
the,
to quarters.
Oh,
Praise
fuck.
our glorious
Let's
leader.
get that then. We want the charcoal kilns. Because the charcoal kilns would now actually be useful. Okay. Yeah. Okay, that should be alright. We don't need more stuff there. If you could get me a drink, water comes. But yeah,
Our leader calls us to work.
I couldn't listen to the song
Workers
for
will
years.
be
Well, no, I
severely
couldn't listen to it with
punished.
family because after my grandpa died, my family didn't want to listen to this song. Yeah, sure. I don't know. I mean, I've been to hotter. The problem is it's not the heat, it's the mugginess. Like, the UK is damp as hell. And it's just like, it's sticky. And it's not fun. Like, it's sticky. I mean, outside, I would say it's dangerously hot. Wednesday, we're actually getting a red warning. We're told not to leave our homes because red warning, and people are probably going to die. Like, some of the elderly are going to die. I mean, I have to go out for a doctor's appointment. I've got to be really careful because a lot of disabled people actually have a medical condition. I'm one of them, where your body can't process heat. And certain medications that you can be on can also worsen this. Venlafaxine, a drug I used to be on, is one of them. So being on venlafaxine means your body can't process heat as effectively. And also, women are more prone to overheating than men because being on testosterone makes you sweat more, which means your body can get rid of heat easily. Whereas you can't do that as well if you can't sweat as much. Um, and I'm currently not on testosterone, so that's gonna also worsen things. But yeah. I think I do sweat slightly more than I did before I ever started
By
testosterone,
order
so it should
of
be
our
alright.
great leader, the
But
shift
yeah,
is over. March to your quarters.
so you do have to be careful. I know that I'm prone to heat exhaustion. There's a reason I have a tracker on my phone. There's been like, I think 3 different times over the past 2 years that I got heat exhaustion and I got really disorientated and I didn't know where I was, I didn't know where I was going, and people had to come and get me because I was just not mentally capable of responding or communicating in any way because my brain had overheated. So it is dangerously hot, I'd say that. I know that yesterday I probably shouldn't have stayed out as long as I did, and I did have to rapidly cool my body down when I got home. But I mean, right now I'd say yeah, it's hotter than I think a lot of us would like. And for England, like the underground right now it's dangerous. Don't go on the underground. You know, like that's the thing. People don't understand the underground. They're like, yeah, but we have trains too, and it's like, yeah, but your ground isn't clay. You have heating vents. We don't actually have a lot of heating vents because they got shut down. We used to have them. There used to be these abandoned buildings around London that were like not actually buildings, but they're heating vents for the underground. But a lot of them got shut down. I think because of the concerns about bombs during the war, but I'm not entirely sure, so don't quote me on that. But yeah, so a lot of them got shut down, and so the underground doesn't really have ventilation. The district line and a couple of other trains have aircon. I know that certain stations the district line has aircon, but like the central line doesn't. The northern line doesn't. I don't think the Victoria line does either. I don't know why the district line is the only one that does, bearing in mind. I mean, the train was updated in 2012, I think, and I think that's why, because it didn't used to have that. But, yeah, still. We're bumping you up a level. We're seeing what that does for people. And if necessary, we are... Ah, okay.
Work is virtue. Praise our
Can
great
you
leader.
say I am... If you stop working because you're too cold, I'm gonna lose my shit. You have an Android, it doesn't matter. The other side. Check back hotel mirror and run. Fine, we're going up. We're bumping up another level. But understanding I'm incomplete. We really need this to be working, so that's fine. Again. What is the point of having the heaty thing if you don't heat the things I put you next to? Fine. Well, yeah, I'm not happy about having to turn the heater on for you. You don't contain people. And you can say can stop me going on. This is better. I'm turning you off. You don't need to be warm. You just need to be livable. We don't have the coal for you to be comfortable right now. Fuck. Okay, so you do need it. And you do need it.
Attention, shift is
Oh, you
over.
bastards.
Proceed
Fine,
to
you
quarters.
will get the
Praise our glorious
heating on.
leader.
Why can't you be in between? Why do you have to pick and choose? Right. Uh, these bright lights have always blinded me. Ooh, shit. None of these houses have cover right now. This is not good. That's going to cause large-scale death. I see you lying next to me. That should help, right? Never speak awake. And hopefully this works, and hopefully we don't run out of, fine, you guys get turned on too. I just hope that we don't run out of, coal, because then we're all fucked. I really need to build some more, but I don't have the coal for it right now. Sleep or death. Okay. I am just... Ooh, no, we're going to do that. We want more coal. Yeah, because that's going down faster than I can fill it up, which is really not good. Slightly terrifying seeing those numbers go down. But yeah, no, the underground right now is... It's the devil's taint, it really is. Because the soil is clay, which turns the entire underground into a kiln. There's some really good videos that explain this. I need to see if I can find their names because I want to recommend them. I might post it in Discord if I find them. But yeah, highly recommend. There are a lot of people that explain stuff a lot better than I do. So yeah. Um, but that being said, you know, it's a lot of people on right now are using fans on the underground. And to be fair, I don't think. I mean, it depends on the person. I get that, like, if you find it too hot, you know, in each individual person experiences heat differently. Then fine, get yourself a fan on the underground. You want to stay cool. You want to stay happy and healthy. I might get one, but right now it's not too bad. But that was this weekend. Um, Celsius or Fahrenheit? Because if Celsius, that's above boiling point of water. That is not. I refuse to accept that's happening.
Our leader calls us to work.
Yeah, you're going back down to level
Dragons
1,
are
and
severely
all of you fuckers
punished.
are getting turned off. There you go. Bump, 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 bump. You're getting turned off. You're getting turned off. You don't need it. You don't need it. Bump, bump. I don't give a shit if you're chilly. We don't have the resources. Use your mind. We will work it out to make sure you are pale blue and nothing less. Yeah, then let me actually check out what that is. I was looking at that the other day. One, 12 F in C. That's like 44. So that's basically the same as what people are complaining about. Yeah, 112 Fahrenheit is 44.4 recurring Celsius. That's just 45 degrees. Um, I thought it was something below 60. So yeah, I don't know. I just think it's interesting. Why are you so warm? You don't have anything on. How are you don't have any people there? What the fuck? Right. Got to make a choice if our music drowns you out. What do you mean the danger of disease? Don't danger of disease me. Try and shut your mouth. Hello. Right, you're going to Lonely Light, I think. Every time there's a storm, it just wipes everything off the map that you've gone and, like, seen. Haha! We now get more coal. See, and now our coal is climbing. This is good. We want full coal for the next storm. Every single time there's a storm coming, and
Turn over your
I'm always
tools.
running out of
The
coal,
shift is
which is
over.
a distinct problem.
Glory to our great leader.
Right, that's not too bad. I still don't understand why one of you's hungry. You have food. We also need hothouse. Nope, that's not the hothouse. This is the hothouse. Bodies again. I really want to put that on like a constant. Like, I just want you to be doing that constantly, please. It'd be very helpful. So the motivation generation, nothing but attention, going by the wire. The singer that you wanted, but
Our
it
leader
ain't so.
calls us to work. Dragons are severely punished.
Once you want to get away. Okay, nice. Hello. I I really don't care. I'm not even reading them. I should be reading them. I know I should be reading them, but thank you. I should probably actually like do less kind of just randomly mumbling along to stuff and actually maybe I should do a karaoke stream at some point. Who fucking knows? Maybe I will do that one day. I don't have any discontent right now, so I don't need this. I think that's all good. Okay. Look at that, we're back up to the kind of digits I like seeing. We're going to wait for that to get full, we're then probably going to turn off the kiln, because we don't want the kiln working too hard.
Attention
Is this
all,
the
the
kiln?
shift is
No, it's over
over.
here. There we go, that's where the kiln is.
Praise
Nice.
our glorious
Yeah.
leader.
I wonder if I could... There used to be, like, games on the Wii for that sort of thing. Although at some point I am going to do Bohemian Rhapsody and you guys are going to hate me for it. But that's, you know, that's what you get, because Bohemian Rhapsody is like one of the only songs they always have on karaoke that I always used to know how to sing. So yeah. Can we please get people working on the coal? Okay. We have nobody working over here. Fine. That should be fine. Why are you not working? Oh, you're full. Okay. Get people back on there. And then we're gonna drag. E. I have like a lot of Queen. Um, the thing is, so they never have the Queen songs that I love. I didn't even know until recently that Queen had this really gay song that kind of got taken like out of their albums and isn't often performed. It's called Loverboy, and I fucking love this Queen song, right? But it's on none of the albums I have, and I'm trying to find an album that has Loverboy on it because I really want it. Because it's such a good song, and I might end up pirating it and burning it onto a CD just because I want it. Yeah, it's such a good song, isn't it? Like the lyrics are like cool, and the tempo's cool, and it's just. But no, we can't have bisexual Queen, can we? Like, no, that would. My thing is, so many conservatives and racists in my country fucking love Queen, and I'm just like, they're playing Queen at anti-immigration rallies, and I'm just like, have you seen Queen? Like, have you seen images of Queen? Because, look, I was not the most educated child. I was raised in a really racist environment. But even I could tell you that Freddie Mercury was not white. You know? I couldn't tell you what he was, but I could tell you that he wasn't white. I could do that much. And they don't seem to realize that. Like, guys, if you don't want immigrants here, you wouldn't have had Queen. Like, Queen wouldn't have existed. It's just weird. Also, Queen is like LGBTQ and all of this, and they're just like, nah, but Queen. And I'm like, do you guys even remember what Freddie Mercury died of? Like, I think they just ignore that part. I think, I don't think it was Indian. It might have been. I need to double check that actually. I'm actually going to look that up because I don't want to say it wrong because I respect him. And to be fair, even if I didn't respect him, I don't want to get that wrong. What nation? Well, no, not nationality. Uh, was Freddie? Yeah, Merc. Why is Mercury so hard to spell? This is probably the worst way of asking this question, but it's also probably going to give me. I want to see. Oh, that wasn't even his legal name. Huh, I didn't know that wasn't his legal name. Let's see if I can pronounce this. Farrokh Bulsara. Interesting. I probably did pronounce that wrong, but I do need to listen to it. Zanzibar. It says here Zanzibar. I don't know where Zanzibar is because I'm not that good at geography. Um, yeah, it is Indian. Yeah. Born in 1946 in Zanzibar to Indian parents from the Parsi community. So yeah, that is Indian. That's in yeah. Attended boarding schools in India from 8, returned to Zanzibar after secondary school, fled the Zanzibar Revolution, and moved to Middlesex. So yeah. But they're just like, nah, we want immigrants gone, and I'm just like, he was first generation. Yeah, you were. It's just like, guys, I. To be fair, I'm expecting too much from the racists of England. They read the Sun, and reading the Sun, it doesn't mean that I don't think they're intelligent, but it does mean that I know they don't have critical thinking skills, because it's the Sun. The Sun will post something that is so blatantly bullshit, and like, you could just Google it. You could just Google it. We have Google. Google is free. And you could just Google it, and it'd be like, no, that's not a thing. That's not a thing. That's never been a thing. What are you talking about? You know? Yeah, we'll do the automaton integration thing. Um, but they just don't. No, there's actually a newspaper called The Sun, and it's one of the most hated newspapers in the UK because their paparazzi are awful. They will post blatantly bullshit things. They're horrible to celebrities. They're horrible to regular people. They'll post defamatory stuff all the time. They've been sued more times than I can count. I think The Sun is also banned in Manchester because of the way they reported on the crush disaster that happened at Manchester Stadium. So yeah, they're like boycotted by so many places around the UK. People hate the Sun so much. But yeah, no, I do find it interesting. Yeah, basically. Except even Fox has more journalistic integrity, I'm pretty sure. Also, The Sun was known for years. I don't know if you've heard of Page 3. So Page 3 was something that existed in the UK, I think until I was a child. It might have been until I was a teenager. And Page 3 was legal porn. So Page 3 of The Sun was always scantily dressed women in lingerie. It was always a lingerie shoot of women who would then be vilified. You know, they'd be like, oh, but you were on Page 3, so you don't have any credibility. It's basically the equivalent of how people treat OnlyFans today. And if you were put on Page 3, then nobody would respect you, nobody would trust you, and men would jerk off to Page 3 on the train sometimes. Like, it was actually a problem. My mum had this whole thing with guys reading Page 3 on the train when she was a teenager. She did, at one point, she told me the story of a guy who was actually touching himself to the Page 3 on the train. Um, like, fortunately, that's not a thing anymore, I'm pretty sure. I never read The Sun, so I don't know if it's still there. But it's infamous for the whole thing. Um, so yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if it's somehow connected to the Epstein files. I genuinely wouldn't be surprised. It seems like the kind of thing that would be somehow connected.
Wrap up well. The frost is here.
There you go, you can have that back. And we'll pop this one on as well. Let's see if that helps at all. We'll also do that one. Like so. You don't really need it. We'll pop this one back on. Okay.
March to work.
Until the Kingsman comes. I'd be really interested to see how taking ADHD meds affects college, because I did school without any medication for ADHD, or anything really. I didn't start taking mental health medication until I was 16. So that was like, no, I think the last year of GCSEs I had fexofenadine, which made it worse. No, not fexofenadine, fluoxetine, that's it. But yeah, no, did not work with me. But that's fine, you know. Yeah, it's because you're full, that's fine. To be fair, we aren't like we aren't short on wood, so I think it should be fine. But yeah, it's gonna be interesting. Apparently some ADHD meds can cause you sleeping problems. So I am curious about whether or not I'm gonna have like weird as fuck dreams. Because people have said that you get weird as hell dreams when on ADHD meds. So meh. No, that's fair. I'm hoping they don't. I'm hoping they give me the same effect as caffeine, especially because now I'm not allowed to drink caffeine. Which is a problem because all cold and flu meds in the UK, the red ones at least, which are the daytime ones, contain caffeine. So now I have to get rid of all my cold and flu meds and I can't take them anymore. I never took them anyway, to be fair, they don't do anything for me, but I can't take them, and you can't buy the blue ones over the counter, which are the ones I like. But if I do go into university for chemistry and I get a lab pass, maybe I can persuade somebody to let me use the lab to make my own cold and flu meds. That's probably not legal, I probably should not say that, but yeah. I mean, if it works, does it matter? It probably should matter. Nah, ignore. Probably should matter. It's probably illegal. But I don't know, because I use galphenazine when I have a cold, because it's really good for decongestion. Yeah, it does matter. That's drug manufacturing. But yeah, I don't know. Maybe I could go into chemistry. I don't really want to work in like a chemist office though. Just because then you're around sick people, and I don't want to be around sick people every day. I kind of, you know, try and do a lot in my life to avoid being around sick people. Nice, my research is done. Yeah, we'll do that one. That one's useful for me right now. Nice. We're gonna get all of our automaton shit down. To my legs and to my tongue. I used to sing this with my friend. Both of us turned out to be trans. It's interesting when that happens, and we love doing this song for some reason. Which is it just called Mother? No, it's called Mama. That's it. It's close enough. But yeah, it's a lot of fun to sing. Famous will It's also a really gender affirming song because there's a lot of like boys and sons and stuff in that. So singing it, it's kind of gender affirming in a weird way. Should it be? Probably not. But we all go to hell. Mama, mama, mama. I keep banging my microphone. This is why I really want to get a standing mic so I stop like bumping it with my hands near my face. But hey. But yeah, also, to be fair, I'm in like a 1930s house that's like got really shit. Um, it's really shit at keeping the warm in, which means it's actually weirdly good in summer. Winter sucks, but it's weirdly good in I'm trying not to in summer to keep cool. So my house is always cooler than the outside, but I'm still like I'm just wearing shorts right now. I'm literally wearing nothing but shorts. Um, and I'm still kind of suffering. The fan helps, but yeah. I need to get some mosquito netting for my bed, because we have mosquitoes in the UK now. Thank you, climate change. And I keep getting them in my room, and they like biting me, and I really don't want to get bit. So I've been killing them, because I don't want to get bit, and I also don't want to contract anything, because yes, mosquitoes in every continent can now pass the Zika virus, as well as a couple of other viruses, but no, mosquitoes cannot give you AIDS, because I literally read something about that last week. So yeah. I mean, apparently they are useful for stuff, and apparently, like, oh, but they're useful for things, and I know that's probably true, but also, I don't like getting bit by them. Nice.
All thank our leader for this bright new day. Now march to work.
Yes, please do march to work. Nice, we're gonna get a new artifact. Hello, what is up? It, I don't need that information, thank you, though. Oh yeah, Kissed Armor quit. Um, I'm kind of pissed about it, honestly. But not for the same reason other people are. Everyone else is like, but like, he isn't even that bad. He didn't do bad shit. And I'm just like, to you, he's been fucking with both of my communities. I mean, I have more than two communities, but he's been fucking with both of the communities that I'm part of that he's been fucking with since he got here. No, like, I don't care about mosquitoes either. I'm trying to, because you're supposed to care about all creatures on this earth, but, ugh, if mosquitoes stopped existing, I would not grieve as much as I should. Um, and I know I should, because for some reason, apparently they do. I think they are also pollinators as well. It's just the ones that drink blood that are the problem. But, I don't know, maybe find a different way of getting it that doesn't give me diseases. Um, the thing is, if they just bit you and they didn't inject the itchy juice, and they also, like, didn't, um, you know, pass diseases onto people that killed people, I'd have no issues with them, you know? Like, vampires, for example, A, aren't real, but vampires don't inject itchy juice,
By
and they
order of
don't,
our great
you
leader,
know, give
your
you
shift is
diseases.
over.
Can't
March to
mosquitoes do that?
orders.
But no, they've got to be rude about it, which is very rude. And I feel like maybe they should stop doing that, and maybe if they stop doing that, we'd stop squishing them. Maybe that should be some kind of Darwinism, you know? Because the thing is, I wouldn't know they bit me if they didn't inject the itchy juice. But I feel them do it, and I feel their little legs on me, and it itches, so I smack them, and then they die. Which to me, feels like natural selection. Maybe I'm wrong, but I'm not wrong, you know? I may be a little bit incorrect, but not 100%. I don't know, just... It's like even wasps. Some species of wasps can be really cool. Personally, I still have beef with them. I really don't like wasps. They really like to mess with me. Like, they really like to just... They keep, like... I've had a wasp on the inside of my glasses before. Terrifying. Um, or just, they will not leave me alone when I try and eat outside, so I don't eat outside. Just stuff like that. Just wasps being dickheads. But, you know. Yeah, like, when I don't, but if you donate blood to the
All thank
NHS,
our
and they
leader for
injected
this
you with
bright
histamines,
new day.
you'd be like,
Now march
I'm
to
not giving you
work.
blood anymore. That was really that was just rude. It was disrespectful. I'm not giving you blood anymore. And I should be able to say the same thing to a mosquito, you know? You don't get to have blood if you can't be polite about it. Okay, we're gonna turn that off now because we've got enough coal for now. Hello. Thank you. We have gained things. Right, where are you guys going next? I
All
think supply
crew,
depot.
turn
Let's get
over
some more
your
supplies
tools.
from the
The
supply depot.
shift is over.
What I really want
Glory to
is
our great
the
leader.
cause. We want the cause, and they're not giving us the cause. Okay. Because I want to build things. Did we gain more people? Why are there suddenly more people? I'm so confused right now. Maybe it's just people went on sick leave and then didn't come back to their jobs and now I've got to relocate them. That's entirely possible. Okay, but suddenly we don't have people? We had people and suddenly we don't have people. I'm not going to question it. These other hearts, but their heart don't beat like ours. They burn 'cause they are all afraid. Not every one of us. But yeah, I think a lot of people, when it comes to the quote-unquote wars that are happening, I refuse to believe they're wars. They're not wars. Um, at least the ones that the UK and America are part of. Like, there's nothing happening to us, so it's not really a war, is it? Um, but it's just people are too comfortable. They think they know what it means. They're like, but we've been in war our entire lives, and it's just like, yeah, but not really. I mean, technically, I've been at war my entire life. There was the Afghanistan war when I was a baby. Well, that started when I was young. My bio dad went to that. There was the IRA when my mum was younger. There was like terrorist attacks and stuff. But honestly, I've never been afraid of terrorist attacks because, I mean, there was the train ones, and we weren't allowed on the trains for a while. There was the fact that a lot of the bins got taken away during the IRA, and there's still, you know, the ever-present, if you see a bag, say something, because it might be a bomb kind of thing. And there was the one in um, Westminster with the car, and there was also the 771s on the buses, and there was the plane that went down over Scotland. But that's kind of it, you know? Like, they're always screaming, oh, but there's been another terrorist attack, and all these people are doing it, and then you look into it, and it was just some dude who is not affiliated with anything, just stabbed someone, and they're calling it a terrorist attack because the attacker was brown. And it's just like, no, it's not how terrorism works. Because the definition of terrorism is an act that incites terror within civilians, and it doesn't. I mean, I don't know, maybe some people are constantly on edge and waiting for the next thing. I've never been. I mean, shit happens sometimes. The one that happened at Westminster did kind of fuck me over for a little bit, but that's because that's where my school was. And I wasn't there at the time, but it was right by let-out time, and it was the bridge that a lot of my classmates would go down. So I was trying to find out if people were okay. But then it turned out that school let out late. Either school let out late or it was a church day. So nobody was in that area where it happened. And they didn't even know it happened, and that was kind of it. Yeah. And I know that I'm desensitized to it, but it's also, it's not happening to us. You know, it's not, we're not going through the Blitz. We don't have bomb shelters in our back gardens. We're not waiting for the next bomb. We don't have family members who died. Other people are, you know? And so I think it's really disingenuous when the main Western powers are like, but we're at war. No, you aren't. Like, your gas prices are going up because you're attacking a country that is in control of your gas, and they said, okay, we're taking the gas rights away because you're hitting us. And your gas prices went up, and that's not war. That's, you know, being a bully and someone retaliated, you know? So I don't know, like, yeah, the IRA, I wasn't around during then, but also that was people that you were oppressing, that my country was oppressing, fighting back for their rights. And was it scary? Sure. But the government dragged it out more than they had to be, and I don't blame them in the slightest. You know, I'm not upset at the IRA in the slightest. They did what they had to do. and it sucks that they had to do that. But you know, the UK were treating the Irish bad, and they still do, kind of. I mean, they treat the Welsh bad, and I'm surprised that the Welsh have not done anything about it. But if you look at funding, a lot of the funding, like, Wales is under the NHS. I had to do that, there we go. Yeah, that's the whole thing. We are in the find out phase. Like, you poked the bear, and the bear said, "What are you doing?" And then they're like, "Oh my god, a bear attacked me out of nowhere." No, it didn't. No, it didn't. Maybe if you didn't poke it, maybe if you didn't start this, but it's not out of nowhere. Like, nobody is attacking you. You know, like, it's just a little bit ridiculous. There was a really interesting advert. It went around again recently. I think I shared it on Twitter. Of what happens if it was in the UK, and it's what's happening at the time. It was what's happening. I think it was in Iran or Afghanistan, based on the time period. And they were like, "But what if it happened here?" And it was a little white girl in her school uniform, and it was from her point of view as a year passed and war broke out. And it was like, you would care if it was her. You would care if it happened here, but you don't care because it doesn't happen here. It happens to children who don't look like her. And yeah, it's true. And people hated that advert. They really did. They were like, no, but like I don't like the way it makes me feel. So that's the point. That's literally the point. Like, they got rid of PSAs because it made people feel bad. And now you have people driving bad. And it's like, maybe if you brought back the really disturbing and upsetting PSAs, people would stop driving like that. Because some of us still remember the, "If you hit me at 30 miles an hour, there's an 80% chance I'll live. If you hit me at 80 miles an hour, there's an 80% chance I'll die." That ad. With the girl, and she relocates all of her bones because she's dead on the road, and then like, so she's dead, and you see her dead body, and then like, it slowly snaps all her bones back into place as she sits up, and then she looks into the camera and does the whole, you know, "Slow down, because you're gonna kill me otherwise" thing. And you know, I think people have forgotten that, and they need to be reminded, because there are way too many drivers that are driving in ways that I can tell you that person has never looked at a PSA ad in their life. Or at least they've forgotten it, and they shouldn't get to. You know, I remember seeing so many fucked up PSA ads when I was a kid. Some of my favourites were the matches safety one. There was like 3 of those, and they're really well shot. Of just, you're walking through a burning house, and then you see a child covered in smoke, and they're just like, "I used to play with matches. I can't play with matches anymore, because I'm dead." And you're just like, oh, okay. Um, cool. It's also, they did the same kind of thing for the smoke alarm ones, where it just shows like a burned child with some really amazing prosthetics, by the way. It's probably why I got into prosthetics as a kid. And they'd just be like, "Have you checked your smoke alarms?" Kind of thing. And it works. I mean, it terrifies people to no end, but that's the point. You're gonna check your smoke alarms. There was like one for, hello, what the fuck is that? There was the Powerline one. I love watching Americans react to old British PSAs. Like, do you guys not have them or something? I mean, we don't have them anymore, and that's sad. I watch so many of them. The reason that I know how to behave on the underground is because of watching PSAs. We had rhymes we had to remember at the end of primary school before we started going on the trains. "Once you're high and one step back, or you'll end up on the track," is what we were told. And it was, you know, like, you have to stay behind the yellow line, but you want to stay far enough behind the yellow line that if somebody pushes you, you won't fall onto the tracks. But there was also the PSA ad of teenagers who are goofing around, and they're vandalizing things and being just troublemakers. And then they get on a train and they're messing about, and they decide to go between the carriages while the train is moving. And the lights go out because it goes over a bump, and when the lights turn back on, one of them's missing. And they all just start screaming and going, "Where is she?" And because like one of them disappears, there's a loud bumping sound, and then the light comes back on, one of them's missing. And the implication is that she fell under the train and she's dead now. I mean, she's probably alive, to be honest. You can't... I mean, nah. If you fall onto the tracks at a platform, you're not likely to die, but unsure about what happens if the train is at full speed. My mum worked on the train tracks for a while. So yeah. Yeah. It's the... Oh, it's fine. I've seen the older kids. That girl was trying to kill him. I swear, that girl was planning it. Because she's like, oh no, but it's fine. The older kids come here all the time. That's why there's a convenient hole in the fence. I don't trust that you didn't put the hole in the fence. You just don't like this child. You want him to die, don't
By
you?
order of our great leader,
Because
worship
I
is
swear she
over.
planned this.
March to your quarters.
And then like she's like, oh yeah, go on, go in there and like it'll be fine. And this boy is going in there and he's climbing to reach his thing, and then you hear a zap, and she screams and yeah, yeah. I swear she planned it. She just doesn't like him, and she really wanted him gone. Because why why would you not follow him? You know? I mean, you didn't follow him. You didn't like. I mean, I get you weren't even watching to see if like an adult was coming. You were just standing there watching him, going, "Yeah, I know what's going to happen." Have you seen the rat poison one? There was a rat poison one that was. It was way before I was born, but I found it on YouTube and it's actually really good. It's like 10 minutes for some reason. It's like a mini movie about these kids playing, and no, it's more than rat poison because there's like 5 kids and only one of them survive, and 4 of them, like one of them, it's all about farm safety basically, and one of them goes playing in the corn and drowns in the corn silo, and one of them gets stuck in the electric fence, I think, and then one of them drinks rat poison because she's playing in her dad's shed and the chemicals weren't secured, and then one of them I think falls into a wood chipper or something, and it's just like, what the fuck? I think it was made in like the 80s or something, and I was just like, this feels massively unnecessary. Like, what? Like, why did you make this? It just felt really unnecessary. My favorite are the driving ones though. My favorite is Susan knew her killer, and it's like set up in this like, oh, who's her killer way, and she's driving down the street with her kids in the back car in the back, and you see this van approaching from behind. You're like, oh, the killer's in the van, and he's gonna kill her. And then she brakes. No, she doesn't brake. She goes over a hump, and when she goes over the hump, because the son isn't wearing a seatbelt and the hump is a bit high, because we have really high humps in the UK, he headbutts her and kills her, and it just goes, yeah. And after he killed her, he sat back down, and it's just wear your seatbelt. Yeah, that one. That's the one. It's like this weird 80s one, and I'm just like, I get farm safety is important, but this feels a bit like, you know, it feels more than a PSA, you know? It feels a little bit weird. Um what are the other ones? There's oh, the ones we used to watch as a kid. Most of the ones in the early 2000s got changed to cartoons because they thought it made it less bad or like less upsetting. So there was I can't remember the name, but it's like Little Johnny or something, because Little Johnny's like a great go-to for, I don't know this kid's name. Yeah, that's it. Tommy was the one. Um, yeah, I don't know what that noise was, but yeah, and then there was. So we used to have little cartoon ones, and it was like, Billy loves to play in the park. He loves to play sports with his friends. He loves playing football. But Billy didn't look when crossing the road, and now both his legs are broken, and so one of his arms. He can't play sports anymore. Don't be like Billy. Look when you cross the street. And it's just like, why are you being that mean to him? I mean, I get it, but that road is not a safe road. Like, they were putting all of it onto him. And it's just like, that road had no zebra crossing. There was a school on one side, a children's park on the other. Like, that's not on him. That's on the council. Like, he is under the age of 10. You cannot expect him to be fully responsible for having every body, like bone in his body, broken by a driver because the council didn't put anything in place to keep him safe. You know? But that's the thing. So many of the car ones, they put all of the onus on pedestrians and cyclists. When we did cycle proficiency, we had to watch one of someone getting killed by a truck because you should never overtake a truck on the left-hand side during a left turn section because they can't see you. I remember that one, and I never do it. I always stay on the right side of a truck, or I stay behind them until they've turned. There was... Let me see. But yeah, none of them are about the driver. There's some recently they're about the driver. There's Watch Your Speed. That's one that's new at the moment. But they're all toned down. Yeah, and Billy's just standing there with a pair of crutches as all the other kids run past him and have fun. And he's just standing there looking like something out of a Tim Burton film. It was just like, it feels really rude to Billy. But yeah, no. And then so the car one that's going around at the moment is this driver's driving really fast, and it's like, what's your speed? Because he is, and in the back is like the kid, and the kid's face is like really scared. But the dad's like, no, but I need to get you to class, and like it's not that bad, and like it's fine. I know what I'm doing. I'm a good driver. Don't insult me. And then he almost hits a kid, and like he doesn't. But it's just like, but your kid remembers, and you're going to traumatize your kids. So like, drive responsibly, because what are you teaching them? There's also like a lot of them at the moment are focusing on drivers, and drivers hate it. So many of them are upset about it. They're like, "Oh, but like you're acting like we're all murderers," and it's just like, yeah, because you're driving a weapon of mass destruction that can kill people. Is this another scam call? I swear to God, it is. Get fucked. I'm not answering that. Um, but yeah, no, and like they're so pissy about it. They're like, "Oh, but what about cyclists? They're just as dangerous." No, they aren't, because if you hit a
One
cyclist,
is virtue,
their full body is
praise
exposed.
our great leader.
They're more likely to get hurt than you are. You are in a metal box that protects you, and it has crumple zones and things, so maybe act like you're driving a tank, because you kind of are. But yeah, they really don't like that it's being put on them, the onus. There's also some really good drunk driving ones. Um, there was that one that MatPat sponsored. I tried it, it was alright. I prefer the good acted ones. Yeah, I've never, like, I've heard of a cyclist breaking someone's legs before, but I've never heard of somebody who like got such a severe brain damage from a car accident, like from a bike accident, that they've never been heard of again, unless they were the ones cycling, you know? Like, I've never heard of someone killed by a cyclist, unless they were the cyclist. I've heard of cyclists getting killed because of crashes, but most of the time the crashes are because of a driver. And I mean, I'm happy to be wrong, I'm happy to be proven wrong, but never come across it. I mean, my mum fell off a bike once, and if she wasn't wearing a helmet, I wouldn't be alive today. That's another thing, wear your helmets. Because, like, she was practicing on one of the hills by our house when she was a kid, and a truck came down. And because of the hill, and because it was icy, the truck was struggling to brake, which is on them, it's their fault. Yeah. And, like, so she gets hit by this truck. Oh no, she narrowly avoids getting hit by this truck, or she falls off her bike and rolls to prevent the truck from driving over her head. But the impact split her helmet in two, and if she wasn't wearing a helmet that day, she would have died. And that's, you know, what I was told to get me to wear my helmet. Because, you know, all kids, they're like, "Oh, I don't want to wear a helmet, it's like not cool." And so she just went, "Yeah, well, you wouldn't be here if I didn't wear one, so put your fucking helmet on." I didn't ask. So, you know, and now I wear my helmet every single time. I've even got a helmet for my skateboard. I say that like I can skate. I have a skateboard. I still can't get on it. I'm working on it. Is it probably a good idea for me to have a skateboard, bearing in mind I can't really stand up for long periods of time? No. It's a horrible idea and I shouldn't have done it, but my legs. If I choose to be in pain, that's fine. At least I'm getting pain on my free time, rather than getting paid minimum wage to be in pain for somebody else's benefit. So, meh, I'm fine with it. But hey, life is about choosing what pain we get to be in. And honestly, I'm okay with that. You don't get to complain about pain you choose. You only get to complain about pain that you got subjected to. Is a belief I used to have. Well, I still kind of have it, to be honest, because of the old religion I was part of. So that's fine. Also, you know, just I probably have a really fucked up way of viewing pain because I've been in pain since I was a kid, and my brain doesn't process it right. So, meh. I don't like Pepsi, but like, it probably would hurt if I drank Pepsi, so I could. Yeah, 100%. You can choose the pain of being full of Pepsi if you choose to. Just, you don't get to complain about it afterwards, because you chose it. You know, that's how it works. That's the fun bit, you know? Because we should always try and reduce the pain of those who don't get to choose, while also being aware of the pain that we choose to be in, and that we are privileged enough to avoid. Is kind of how I view it. Like, if I choose to wear shoes that are a size too small for fashion purposes, even though I had the option to wear shoes that fit me, I kinda don't get to complain about the shoes not fitting because I chose that. But at the same time, you know, if you grew out of your shoes but you can't afford to buy new shoes, you get to complain about your shoes not fitting because that's not something you can control. Maybe it's a weird way of looking at it, but I try to view it like that, I guess, because a lot of people suffer around the world, but there's a big difference between, for instance, me not being able to afford food because I spent all my money on unwise purchases, which has happened in the past and I'm trying to avoid it, and somebody not being able to afford food because they literally work in slave labor and there isn't food available in their country because the prices have been jacked up due to war, you know? And to compare one with the other is kind of disingenuous and makes light of the other person, which is why I try to separate it as like stuff you've chosen and stuff you haven't, or, put that distinction there because it changes the way you think about it, you know? Like, for instance, I might be hungry, and somebody in Gaza might be hungry, but I have access to food. I'm hungry because I'm trying to lose weight, so maybe I chose to skip a meal. I'm not at the moment, but like somebody might be hungry because they chose to do intermittent fasting, and it's not the same as somebody who doesn't have access to food and would eat it if they did, you know? And I think it's just it means that you've got to think about it. You've got to think about it every time. Like, did I choose this? Is this something I chose? Is this something I benefited from? Is this something that gives me something that I actually want? Like, what have I sacrificed? What, you know? And it kind of makes you realize other people might not have had that choice, and it makes you kind of feel a bit grateful. And I kind of like that. I mean, not everyone does. But the old religion I was part of, they had like a day of fasting where you'd fast, and while you were fasting, you'd think about all the people who felt this feeling every day and they didn't have the choice. You'd have a day of not sleeping, and during that day, you'd think about all the people who didn't have the choice, who didn't have beds, who didn't have a home, who, weren't as lucky, who weren't. Oh, I've already done that. Like, for instance, the people in this kind of game, they're not real people. But maybe some of them aren't able to sleep because it's too cold. Maybe some of them aren't able to sleep because they're injured or they're sick. And that's very different than choosing not to sleep to stay up and watch something, or choosing not to sleep because you wanted to study. And I just think it's kind of powerful in a way to think about that. Because also, it gives you power over things. Because sometimes you can be like, oh, I'm in so much pain, and I feel like shit, and everything sucks. And then you go, hang on a second. I'm in pain because I went out and I socialized. Like, I'm in pain right now because I went out and I did leafleting and it was fun and I met new people. And was it amazing? No. But I felt like I did something. I got to explore a new place. I got to see a new thing that I haven't seen before, that I've wanted to see for a while. And that's kind of cool. I met the fucking mayor of Melbourne on the train. I didn't speak to him, but the mayor of Melbourne was sitting next to me on the train, which is really fucking weird in London. But that's kind of cool. And yeah, I'm in pain now,
Let
but
us thank our leader for this bright
I can kind of
day.
think about all the good
Now
things that I
march
got
to work.
from the thing that caused me pain. And that's kind of nice. Like, I can be tired. Like, when I go out and I socialize, I get really, really tired. Like, when I went to Pride last weekend before last, I was so tired. I was suffering. I was kind of in pain. Like, some bad shit had happened. But then I went, hang on. I got to hang out with new people. It was pretty cool. There was some nice music. I mean, was it amazing? Was it perfect? No. It was pretty cool. I had a nice sandwich. I got a nice donut on the way there. The train was pretty nice. Like, there's some pretty decent stuff. And it's a great way of reframing it. And it's just by starting off with that, like, yeah, but like, did I choose it? You know? And maybe it doesn't work for everyone. It's not going to. I mean, people are individuals, and that's kind of how it works. But yeah, but I just think it's kind of neat. Ooh, hello. You have found nothing. That is fine. Everything, every weapon you got, every secret that I keep, you can find this all you want, but tonight belongs to me. But yeah, I don't know. I like trying to find a way of reframing things in my head. Plus, it's a fun exercise. But people are right. The way you think about things does change the way you see things, and it can affect the way you feel about them. So, like, the more I have found that the more I like view things negatively and look at only the worst, the more I see the worst, and the more I try and find positive things, the more I see them. And it's not easy, it's actually really hard to do, and I think sometimes people undervalue how hard it can be, especially when you've got something like depression. But it does work. And honestly, I kind of hate that it works. I like saying this. Like, sometimes I get to be angry that stuff works because I'm like, I didn't want you to work. I wanted you to not work because I wanted to get to be grumpy about it and, be like, oh, it didn't work and nothing works. And then it works and I'm just like, fuck, it actually worked. And I should have been using this before and I've been putting it off. And, but you get to kind of have a laugh at yourself and that's all good. Like, I tried a bonnet and I didn't want to wear a bonnet for ages because I was like, yeah, but it kind of feels like appropriating and like it's not made for people like me. And what if I'm taking it from other people? But I was like, look, I should probably try it. My hair's getting really knotty. My hair's getting really tangled. It works. It really works. And my hair is actually not falling out as much. My hair is doing way better. It's not a matted, tangled mess all the time. Like this morning, I woke up, I just put my hair up in a ponytail, and before I used the bonnet, my hair would have already been greasy. It would have already been like matted. I had spent ages like picking it out. Plus, my hair is actually curlier. Turns out my hair is curlier than I thought, but I've just been dragging it across a cotton pillowcase, and it's been making it not do what it wants to do. But I kind of didn't want it to work because I didn't want to be using it. And I wanted to be like, oh, it doesn't work for me and, I shouldn't be using it. And then it did and I was like, okay, fuck. And maybe that's a weird example, but I'm also aware that it's because, like, I'm highly aware of stuff like that because it's that whole, but I don't want to be seen as racist. And it's like, yeah, but by doing that, you're kind of being slightly more racist. So yeah, I don't know. I'm working on it and I'm going to look into it. But yeah, and it's other stuff too, like trying a new face wash and you're like, oh no, it's not gonna work. Like there's no way it's gonna work. Or trying a new food and you really want to hate the new food because maybe the person who recommended it is someone you don't like, or maybe you know everyone's been like, oh you should do this for years, and you're like, no it won't, and nothing will work, and then you try it and you're like, it works. Fuck you, it works. And now I kind of feel like a dickhead. But you get to laugh at yourself. You're gonna be like, yeah, nah, I'm a stubborn bastard, and I've been causing my own problems by, you know, being difficult. But that's the thing. That's cool. Have a good afternoon or evening, depending on the time zone you're in. But yeah, I don't actually know what the time is right now. Okay, I'm only on for like another 20 minutes. Not 20 minutes, 40
All
minutes.
crew,
I can't do math.
turn over your tools.
But
The
yeah,
shift is over.
go enjoy
Glory
your
to
afternoon,
our
have
great leader.
fun. I'm gonna. What have people been messaging me? Because I just turned on my phone to check the time. That's someone just saying hi. Hello. There you go. Much luck to you as well. What is the Green Party doing again? Okay, it's just a book recommendation. I might look into that, honestly. I had a really funny interaction on Badu, like, yesterday. Because I'll tell people stuff. I'm not... I'm not opening that. I know full well what that picture's going to be, and I'm not doing that. I like that Badu kind of just blurs pictures and is like, we're not showing you this unless you want it to. But hey. Okay. That you'll never get to heaven with a life like yours. When you last little boy. Why, hello. Oh, nice, we get coal and steel. I don't really need coal and steel, but good to know. I'm really trying to find some of these, steam cores, I think they're called. But yeah, I'm working on a skull at the moment, and I know for a fact the teeth are wonky, so I need to fix that. Give me all you got, I can take it. Be who I am. What I'm in. I'm talking to somebody about Cuba right now. I don't know how we got onto this thing. But yeah, I really don't like the way that America treats Cuba. They fucked them over, and like I was talking to a friend and they were spouting some propaganda shit that is about Cuba, and I'm just like, have you been to Cuba? Because I've been to Cuba and I know that shit ain't true. Like, I haven't been in a while, but like what America's currently doing to them and what America has been doing to them, it's really not cool. Okay, let's see. Oh yeah, people are just planning things. I love having a go-to phrase that, like, it's great small talk for talking to like neurotypicals when it's hot. Because when they're like, "Oh, how are you?" You gotta be like, "Oh, I'm good. How are you?" But when it's hot, you just get to be, "I'm unpleasantly hot," and they're like, "Oh my god, same." I don't know. It's just fun. Oh yeah, I tried a new cookie place yesterday. I shouldn't have done. I should not be eating gluten right now, but fuck it. I'm doing that anyway. But yeah, so there's this place called After School Cookies, and they've been popping up recently, and I wanted to try them a while ago, but they were out of stock because school rush and people love going there. But I caught them yesterday and they just opened, so I got one, and it's actually a really nice cookie. I don't know if it's worth £3.50, but honestly, like, just size-wise, but it's not bad, you know? Pretty, like, good cookie, not crispy, like, good kind of texture. I kind of want to try some other ones at some point. I didn't want to be buying, like, large amounts of cookies in this weather, because they're just going to melt in my bag. And also, I don't need a large amount of cookies right now. I do like buying like a box from Ben's Cookies sometimes and sharing it with the family. That's the thing. I want to have more people in my life that I can share baked goods with. Because I love baking cookies. But then you end up with like 2 dozen cookies, and I can't eat 2 dozen cookies. I want like one every couple of months, maybe. And yeah, I know I can just like portion and freeze the cookie dough and put it in the freezer, but my freezer is not that big, and I spend most of my freezer is full of chicken. Because I like to pre-prep and freeze my chicken. And I've also got like frozen potatoes in there, like frozen processed potatoes, not like whole potatoes. It's just hash browns because they're a great go-to thing. I've also got fish fingers right now and sausage patties because, again, for days that my brain is not happy with me having to eat, I can just throw something in the oven and walk away. And then I just have to focus on something else and get it inside my body. Which it works surprisingly well. I've been doing it for years, and it does work because fed is best no matter what it is. But I do want some better food options. I might try and do rice today, actually. If I clean my rice cooker, I need to get better at cleaning my rice cooker, which I know is gross, but our kitchen is weirdly set up, and ADHD. But, you know, I do clean it, and I make sure it doesn't, like, get moldy and stuff. But, yeah, um, where am I going to go next? We've got Frozen Pond, we've got Large Crater. I want to go to the wrecked vehicle, I think. I don't know why, I just feel like it. But yeah, no. And I might do rice tonight. I don't haven't defrosted any chicken though. But I can do rice and fish fingers. That sometimes works. And I think the fish fingers are gluten free. So that'll be fun. Like, I'm not celiac, but I've been eating gluten now for like a month. And my stomach is saying, you've made mistakes and I'm going to punish you for it. So I have to go gluten free for a bit, which is fine. I should probably make some brownies. I've got a gluten free brownie recipe. It's really nice. It just uses oat flour in place of plain flour. And you make sure it's a recipe that doesn't require leavening agents. I don't like leavening agents in my brownies anyway. Why are you leavening a brownie? It's supposed to be fudgy. I mean, not everyone likes fudgy brownies, but I do. So I use the Tasty Food. I hate that it's their recipe, I honestly do. But it worked, and I'm grumpy about it. It's one of the things that I'm grumpy that it worked. But it's their ultimate fudgy brownie recipe. From like 2015, I think. And yeah, you take that, you substitute the plain flour for oat flour, you don't change anything else. Well, no, I swap out the butter for vegan butter, because dairy-free household. Although I don't technically, but if I'm going to make them gluten-free, I might as well make them dairy-free too. And then I use dark chocolate, not milk chocolate. You can put milk chocolate in too, I just don't fancy it. And yeah, they make really good brownies, they last, they're great. I've tried the Nigella brownies before. Um, I think they're called like the Nigella God brownies or something. They've got like flakes in them, and they were a big thing back in about 2010. No, it was earlier than 2010, but it was around then. They're good when they're fresh baked, but after like 2 days, they start developing these crystalline strings in them that have the texture of hair, and I can't. I can't. It's disgusting. I don't hate Nigella's cooking, but a lot of her recipes, her whole TV show was a bit like, I will never get over the time that she made honeycomb for a friend for her party, and then she ate it all before she got to the party. Like, that was so rude. Why would you do that? You know? Like, why would you... like make something to give to a host and then just eat it all and be like, yeah, but it was too good. Like, that was a present. Don't eat the present you bought for somebody. That just feels like really rude. Maybe I'm just weird about gift giving, but like if I give someone a gift, I'm not eating it until they say I can eat it, and only if they say I can eat it. And especially not before I've given it to them. But I don't know. Then I think our show got cancelled because of the whole drama that happened. Which I don't think the drama was her fault, if I remember correctly. But it's that classic thing of like Hollywood hates women, and so they're always going to blame women for stuff instead of blaming men. Which is disappointing and really unfortunate, but
Attention, shift is over.
you know,
Proceed to
the
crossing.
day that a
Praise
celebrity man
our
actually gets
glorious
properly held
leader.
accountable will be a strange day indeed, because they never seem to. I have like nothing else to build. I could probably try and build like some pretty things, but I don't see the point, which is probably, I don't know, I probably should try and make my area pretty, but why? I don't know, I'm feeling the narrow valley for some reason. Are we out of prosthetics? No, we're not. We have prosthetics available. So I don't know why I'm getting a warning about that. It's fine. I am still looking at whether or not I want to buy music from Apple, or whether I want to try and get stuff on CD. But hey. Oh, and I found a new mount for my pole, because I talked to my pole dancing teacher, and they said it is better to have a bolt mount for the ceiling. But it's like £100 for a bolt mount, and I only spent £25 on the pole. But, you know, I put it on my birthday list, and maybe if my family is okay with it, it can be a collaborative present, which would be very useful. I don't know. I love doing that, you know? Having collaborative presents is a great idea, because, like, I don't really want 50 knickknacks. I don't have 50 family members, but you know what I mean. Um, because in my family we use gift lists. So we have an app called, I'm actually going to pull up the name of the app. I highly recommend getting it. It's a great app. Things to Get Me. So the app is called Things to Get Me. It's, you can make lists, you can share lists, and you can put in the links to things on the list to make it easier for people to buy. Because my family just, if you say, hey, can you buy this thing? You might as well just buy it for yourself. So we've put this in place. It really helps people. And it de-stresses
Our
Christmas and
leader
birthdays
conducts
and
the
stuff like
work.
that.
Slackers will be
Um,
severely
so,
punished.
we'll do this, and over the course of the year, I do it over the course of a year. I keep the same list for Christmas and birthdays, and then I just change the date on it and add or remove items, just because that way it's easier, and I like to make sure there's at least 2 items per person who wants to buy gifts, because my uncle only puts 1 gift per person, and sometimes somebody wants to buy more than 1 gift, because maybe their budget is 40 bucks and they want to buy two 20-buck gifts, and it always causes problems. So I like to make sure there's a variety of prices, there's a variety of objects. You know, there's some stuff for home, there's some stuff for hobbies, there's various things. And I try to make sure it's stuff that, like, some stuff that's like super useful, some stuff that it could be fun, and just, you know, let people choose. And it's a complete secret, like, it hides who got things from you, like, you don't get a notification. It's actually a really well set up app. Um, And it's also good because then people can ask for stuff that maybe you wouldn't expect them to ask for. We had a family member a while ago ask for money towards something, and it's great to kind of pitch in for that sort of thing. So, like, yeah, and I added the pole dancing, like, mount onto there, so that'd be cool. Because you can add multiple things. So, for instance, I've put some stuff up there that's multiple items, or, like, it can be bought multiple times, like gift cards. I've got the gift cards that I want, because a lot of family members, they like getting gift cards. But I want to make sure it's gift cards I can use, because in the past, before we had stuff like this, people would get you gift cards and then you'd have to be like, alright, I got this gift card, oh, you got this gift card, or I'll trade you, or I'll buy it off you, that sort of thing. Which, you know, it's fine, it works. But I'd rather people get to feel like their item is wanted and needed, because I always hated the phone calls we had to be like, oh, thank you so much for getting me this thing that I'm allergic to and can't use. But thank you so much. I mean, it just kind of felt like lying, and I don't like doing that. So yeah. And sometimes like you can go off the list 100%. Like you can go, okay, so they're asking for like these kind of movies. I know they also like this, so I'll get them this. Or I know that they really like this kind of thing. I know they don't have this, so I'll get them this. But it's just for people who want the framework. Um, and so you can see like, oh, they are looking for a lot of gardening tools. Maybe it'd be really good to get them a gift card to a gardening place I know they like, so that they can pick out the ones they want, which is just really helpful. Um, So yeah, I've also got stuff like for clothes. You can put the size of clothes you are. Oh, I should probably address that because I've lost weight and I'm probably no, I just like baggy clothes. I don't care. But yeah, that was the whole thing last year. I had a hoodie on my wish list, and my grandma was like, "Are you sure this is the right size? It seems awfully big." And I'm like, "No, it's fine. It's way too big on me, but I love it so much. I love just a really big hoodie. It's so comfy, and it just feels like a big hug." But yeah, like if it had just been, oh, I'd like this hoodie, I would have got the hoodie in a size that it fits, but I like big hoodies, and so it kind of helps with communication, which is really great. I also do this for relationships. I've got a gift suggestion list for relationships, which is like, what colors does a person like? What textures do they like and don't like? What foods are they allergic to? Stuff like that. And I find it's really helpful for ADHD because I forget things. My memory isn't the best. But that way I can be like, oh, okay, they mentioned this, I'll pop it in the list. And then I can be like, hang on a second, did they say that they liked this or they were allergic to it? I can't remember. And I can check it. And it means that I'm never going to have... Because my mum was in a relationship when I was a teenager. And I saw this happen so much that her boyfriend at the time would be like, I know you mentioned this, so I got it for you. And she'd be like, yeah, I mentioned it because I'm deathly allergic to it. So thank you. I really can't have this in the house though, but thank you for the thought. And it's not bad, but it's like lilies. My mum is deathly allergic to lilies, and he just remembered that she said lilies. She said lilies because she said, I would love any flowers apart from lilies. But all he remembered was lilies, and he bought them. Which, the thought is there. The thought is there. But we can't have them in the house. So they had to go on the balcony, and he got really upset about it, and he said that, oh, but like I put all this thought in, and you're not appreciating it. It's like, they can appreciate them through glass on the balcony, because deathly allergic. Um, or things like remembering that she likes butterflies and getting a giant wooden butterfly that there's nowhere to put it. That there's nothing, like, we don't have the space to have shelf ornaments in the house. We didn't at the time. We lived in a tiny flat. Great gift, really thoughtful, but didn't think about the practicality, which is why stuff like this is really useful. Doesn't always work because people need to refer to the list and ask questions, but it helps. It really doesn't always work, but at least then it helps me get people gifts, and that's what matters. Should I send... I might get you to come back, actually. Just, can you... Oh, I don't think they're going to get here in time. Hopefully they can get here in time, because that's a storm brewing. But yeah, so, like, I'll put, like, what I'm allergic to, textures I can't have, colours that I don't wear, stuff like that. Just because then they can feel like they got to pick a gift, and it's not this is what to buy me. It's here is a framework of things that you might find helpful. You still get to pick the gift, you still get to, decide what you want to get, you still get to have the complete creative freedom. But you don't have to worry about accidentally getting someone something they're allergic to. You don't have to worry about, what if they never wear this? Because you can know what they're going to wear because they've listed, I wear these fabrics, these colours, I don't wear things that have this on them, and that's great. Because I personally would hate it if I got somebody a gift and I found out that they hated it and hid it from me. Tell me. I would genuinely rather somebody tells me, because I can return it, I can get you something else, you know? But it depends on the individual. Like, personally, I want my gifts to be useful. I want my gifts to be loved, and I want them to mean something. Because somebody matters to me, and yes, the act of giving is really important to me, but the act of giving doesn't just stop at, I thought enough about you to get you something. The act of giving is, I know you well enough to know that this would be good for you. You know? Like, I saw recently, there was actually a really good gift that somebody got a streamer. They know how much he hates this character, so as a joke gift, they got him a body pillow, a scent, and a plushie of the character he hates. that means you know him well enough to know he hates that character. You know him well enough to know that it would be funny on stream. And like I can kind of appreciate that because that means you at least paid attention. That says a lot, you know? Because that's what I mean. Like, I wouldn't say I don't really believe in this whole love language thing. Because it was kind of, the person who created it was kind of a dickhead and there's a lot of shit around it. But, that being said, I think if I did have to say that I had a love language, I would say it's gift giving. Because I love paying attention to what people say, being like, oh, a couple of months ago this person said something about this. Maybe they'd find that useful. Oh, somebody mentioned that they were like running low on something. Somebody mentioned they were out of this. Somebody mentioned this game was coming out and they were excited, but they weren't sure if they could afford it. Stuff like that. And going, okay, so I'm gonna like chat to people, see if they've already got that, see if somebody else is getting it for them. I love that kind of thing. I've always loved Secret Santa because it's kind of like a spy mission. I'd be like, okay, I've got so-and-so for Secret Santa. I'd find out who their friends were. I'd go talk to their friends, be like, I've got so-and-so for Secret Santa. Please don't tell them. But I want to know what kind of things do they like? What kind of things do they not like? You know? I put so much effort into my Secret Santas. It's something that genuinely brings me joy. Honestly, I don't like getting gifts in the slightest, but I like giving them. I like the effort that goes into it. I like thinking about it. Um, and it matters a lot to me about whether or not somebody actually likes the gift I get them. And it's okay if they don't, but like if I have the option to then get them something else instead, that's also really big. But yeah, no. And it does depend on the individual. I mean, some people, the thing that does bother me is when people say, oh, my love language is touch, and they don't mean that. They just mean that they just want to have sex a lot, and they're going to get upset if you say no for any reason at all, even if it's a valid reason. And I think that's partly why I don't like using the whole love language thing. I mean, my love language is also touch, but if other people don't want to, like, I don't know, my whole family is not touchy-feely, then you don't. And that's okay, you know? Because it's about whether or not the other person wants it. It's about whether or not it would make them comfortable. And if it doesn't, then it's not showing love, because it's making somebody uncomfortable. And growing up is learning that sort of thing. It's learning that just because you like something doesn't mean somebody else will. So yeah, and I think it is kind of important to think about these kinds of things sometimes. Shit, okay. We're gonna bump you up to level 3. I think that should massively help. I think we're gonna turn on a couple of these. That one's gonna go on definitely. I'm gonna put you guys on. I just hope we have enough coal. I think we should have enough coal to survive this, hopefully. Purgatory got my gag and me pull this pin. Let this one explode. But yeah, the thing that matters to me in these sorts of things, it's the thought. It's showing that somebody paid enough attention to notice. You know? Because I try to think about stuff like that a lot. When I'm in a relationship with somebody, I try to pay attention to, oh, I've noticed that when they come home on these days or when this has happened, they tend to not be very chipper, they tend to not be very happy. Maybe I should look into why. Or, oh, I've noticed that they struggle with this, maybe I should offer to help with that. Stuff like that, you know? Because I feel like part of being in a relationship is helping each other. There we go. But yeah, no. And, I don't know, maybe that's not the same for everybody, and it's okay if you do things another way. But I do feel like there should at least be something, you know? At least, like, don't... I don't know. It's hard to kind of work out the words, I guess. Okay, that definitely needs to go on. That's already on, that's fine. We're gonna kiss that ring. Do I want to put another one like there, and another one there, I think. that kind of annoys me. I'm gonna have to do double there, but I'm hoping it's gonna help. Do I have? I already have one there. I've got one there, I've got one there. I don't know if I have one here. I'll put one there, I guess. We're gonna kiss that ring. Kind of annoys me how many I'm putting up. But I hope it's actually gonna help. I'm gonna pop you back down to level 1. And I'm also gonna turn everything off and then assess. I wish there was a way of doing this all at once. Just turn off everything and then reassess. But, you know, that's not how it works. I also really like the song Bicycle by Queen. Sorry, that's random. But I do really like that song. I'm going to reassess. Yeah, you definitely need some stuff over there. But I want to assess it on an individual needs basis. The thing. I want to have a really good idea of temperatures. I don't know where the fuck you have that on. You don't have any people working there. Right. I'm gonna turn you on, and I'm gonna turn you on. I never said I'd lie and wait forever. If I died, we'd be together now. I can always just forget, but she could try. Well, at the end of forever was the last thing I see. You are mine, never coming home, never coming home. Should I? And all the things that you never ever told me, and all the smiles that I ever get that feeling that you never all alone. And I remember now, at the top of my lungs in my arms, she died. She died. Yeah, that's good. Okay, we're gonna go. Look, there we go. Okay. Never coming home, never coming home. Should I? Yeah, that looks like that's running pretty well. I wanna do bodies again. Never coming home, never coming home. Could I? Okay, what other technologies? I think we want to do that one first. I mean, it's not really helpful. We're kind of just filling stuff out for the sake of it at this point. But that's fine. I think at some point we should pick a new game. Because this is kind of like, it's not gonna really go anywhere past this. We're just gonna keep going. So I might look into it. I think there's a Steam sale probably this summer. There's normally a Steam sale for summer. So that'll be interesting. Oh yeah, it's strawberry season at the moment, I think. Well, I assume it's strawberry season because of the current sporting event going on. Good morning. Nice to see you. How are you doing at the moment? We're not going to be on here for much longer, but that's fine. Well, it could be like half an hour. I haven't actually checked. Oh wait, we haven't... Fuck. Wait, no, have I? End of forever. Yeah, I have. You are mine, never coming home, never coming home. Never coming home, never coming home. Okay, that's fine. We do need to work on coal. I mean, to be fair, that's not bad on coal, I think. Aww, that's cute. How is the pup doing? Are they doing good? Hopefully so, because you're probably a good owner. Okay, we have everyone working there. We have everyone working over here. I might... yeah. Okay, what is going on with these? Sister, I'm not much I wait for a criminal, and you never have a child. Love me or hate it, you can't understand. Yeah, teething is a handful. When my cousin was teething, he bit me in the foot. I had to get medical help because I got infected. Like, being bitten by a toddler sucks. I'm sure it's probably the same as being bitten by a dog. But yeah, nah, teething is interesting. When I was teething, I chewed all the furniture in the house. To be fair, I did not stop doing that until I was like 12 because we moved house. All of my furniture until like I got chew toys when I was in like late teenager because autism like has teeth marks in it. Like so many of them have teeth marks in it. The only reason I don't have teeth marks in my furniture right now is I don't have any furniture that I could chew. I probably would chew it if I had the ability because I need to stop chewing things. But yeah, no, teething is a thing. I don't know if dogs can have this, but I know that with babies you can get those like dummy things with like fruit compartments and you can put fruit in it. When they're old enough, obviously, to eat fruit, which is pretty cool. You can also just freeze stuff. Hmm. But then also, like we get teething as adults because wisdom teeth. You start getting kind of teething again with the wisdom teeth coming in. I know that I kept like sticking my fingers in the back of my jaw and like chewing on them just because it made the pain stop. My mum said that because I was teething at the same time that she got her wisdom teeth, she was using like baby teething supplies on her wisdom teeth and it helped. I've got most of them taken out now, which is cool. I do need to book back in with my dentist though, because I haven't seen them since I got my teeth removed. But I'll be fine. I'll get around to it. I also need to book in to get my prep subscription refilled, because that's important, because we care about sexual health. And also, you know, not contracting anything from needles, because that's also kind of important. So yeah. But hey, because you never know, you know? There are so many ways that you can contract something, and I don't think people are fully aware of it. They chalk it up to one thing, and it's not that simple. I think people wish it could be, but no, it's more complex than people give it credit for. Yee. I also need to get blood test because I can't do the finger pricks, so I need to get my HIV blood test. I pretty much know I don't have HIV, but I like to get it tested because then I can update it on Grindr. So yeah, and also just so I can say I have, because if I don't do it, then I don't get to tell people to do it themselves. You lead by example. Okay, I don't care. I thought they were going to ask me to arrest somebody again. But yeah. Oh, what have you found? Survivors! We're going to bring more survivors back. Cool. I probably should have expected that from Red Tent. Yeah, I should really... I keep getting Steam sale announcements, so I probably should get something else from Steam. Just trying to decide what kind of game, honestly. I could do Palia. There's the new Palia horse update. I'm not a fan of the horse update, to be honest. That's cool. It's always good to get your pets vaccinated, especially if you're in a country that has rabies. We are pretty good at controlling rabies in a lot of countries by doing bait drops. I think in America they use fish-flavored ravioli, which is kind of interesting. It's not really ravioli, I don't think, but I think it's like fish-flavored, like ravioli, but instead of meat inside, it's the vaccine. Um, so yeah, that's kind of interesting. I think in Europe we still use chicken heads. Probably because, you know, if you have a chicken industry, you have a lot of chicken heads. It's a great way of using them. You just pop the oral vaccine inside the chicken head, and then you drop them in forests and wildlife eat them, and they get vaccinated from rabies, which is great. I don't know if you can vaccinate bats. I don't think you can. I mean, they can't get it, I don't think. They can carry it, but they can't be sick from it, so I don't think a vaccine would work on a bat. What is my headphone doing? Okay, let me just put that back in properly. Hello, thank you for survivors. What is this doing? There we go. Also, because it's football, I'm getting like a load of discounts on delivery. I'm not buying delivery, but I did get like 40% off when I did buy delivery on Friday because a friend was around. which meant that it wasn't actually too expensive, which is nice, because delivery is pricey as hell. That's why I don't get it, because I don't have that kind of money. It's like half my food budget just to get a burger, and it's not even a good burger, because I don't like beef. If I liked beef, it'd be a good burger, but I don't. So yeah, I don't know. Still interesting though. I'm still trying to find another takeout place, but there aren't a lot of takeout places in my area that have customizable menus and or stuff I can eat. So that's fine. I can get the kids menu from the nearby Lebanese place though. Hmm. Ooh, I might look into that. Yeah. I know that they're doing a is it? No, it's not. It's oh, what's it called? The thing that got sued by Pokemon. That's all I remember it as. But that got it's got a new update recently with a creature that looks surprisingly close to Mimikyu, and I think that's just them telling Pokemon to go fuck itself right now, which honestly is kind of funny. The Pokemon's like, oh, you're copying us, and they're just like, we weren't before. Oh, Palworld, that's it. Yeah, my dad was like away, stepdad, but yeah, I might try and get him something. But I think so we've got plans for what we're gonna do for Christmas and his birthday because they're like in the same month. Um, so I might give my mum some money towards that as like an early thing. Um, I don't know. I'm still not sure if I should be doing Father's Day. It feels weird. I don't really call him dad, like not to his face at least. But yeah, I don't know. I'll think about it. I've never like I didn't start doing Father's Day until I was like 18, so I still struggle to remember when it is. And also, I think it's different in the UK and America. I know Mother's Day is. Mother's Day in the UK and America happen at different times. Because Mother's Day in the UK happens near Easter, because they normally give out daffodil robes in the church. Oh, that's kind of cool. That's a nice one. But yeah, I don't know. It's interesting though. Alright, let's check people's cold levels. That's not too bad actually. You're getting your heat turned on because I need you working. Everyone else though seems fine, I think. I mean, you guys are complaining. Fine, you can have a heat on. There you go. Surrender. The sharpest lives are the deadliest to thee. Hmm. I do Mother's Day, but I normally like buy my mum a sweet treat and then like deep clean the house. And that's like normally how I do Mother's Day. So yeah. Is it easier to just put the big things on? I think it might be. The beat and the lust it commence. Drop the dagger and leather, the blood on your hands, Romeo. I love how I upgraded the heaters and they don't really do anything. Like, it does not help in the slightest. They're not any more effective than they were before. Remember, and you can take all the pain away from me. We'll surrender. The sharpest lives are the deadliest to thee. But hey, I also I ordered a second-hand waxing machine on eBay because it's like 30 bucks for a new one. But I found one for a tenner that comes with like waxing beads and all of the stuff you need for it, which is like 50 bucks if you buy it new. And I mean, it's metal and it's cleanable, so meh. Be the only thing to what? You didn't finish what you said. Eh, like this world, I think the problem with this is that like it's Ice Age. So it's kind of that climate change fucked the world over so much it froze. Which, like, if you watch the movie Day After Tomorrow, is kind of what happens. Like, climate change causes so many problems that, like, the world freezes over again. Because that's kind of what, happened in a way. Like, back when the Ice Age was. It wasn't like, you know, global warming, but the asteroid strike destroyed the like protection in the atmosphere, I think it was, which caused the world to get really cold suddenly, and it was basically nuclear winter. So yeah, it might be nuclear winter in this game too. I'm not entirely sure. But also, like in the UK, our summers are hotter, but our winters are colder. Because global warming is not the term anymore. It's called climate change because people think global warming, but it's colder and it's rainier. So, oh, I could use some global warming, and it's like, yeah, but it's not just global warming. It's the fact that it fucks up the weather. So you know, Like, yeah, it's warmer sometimes, it's colder. We've got more flooding in the UK than we ever have before. I've been watching that happen, the flooding increasing. It doesn't massively affect London. I've got some friends or some ex-friends that used to live by the Thames, and like it was affecting them. Each year the water level was rising higher. And there's like my mum's school um, is I think by the Thames or something. No, I don't think it's by the Thames. But like there's a school near the Thames, and they've been having like their courts and stuff flooded by the Thames, like overflowing. So yeah, like water levels rising affects all of us. I had a teacher once that
Praise our
yeah,
glorious leader.
and that's the kind of thing that's happening. Unfortunately, the weather's just more unpredictable than it ever has been before because the pollution's in the atmosphere. It affects the way the sun reaches us. I mean, Australia lost a chunk of its atmosphere. The sun got deadlier. There's all sorts of things like that. That was more from, I think it was fluorofluorocarbons. I think, I'm not entirely sure. And those got removed. But yeah, we don't know what stuff does. I know it increases asthma. It causes an increase in asthma because you can see that. It's not been scientifically proven, but you can see it through um, first-hand accounts and the fact that the asthma cases in my generation is higher than any generation before. Well, any generation since pea soup smog. I mean, the UK used to have pea soup smog. That's another one, you know? Like, it used to get so thick, the smog caused by pollution in London, that you couldn't see your hand in front of your face. Ambulances couldn't run, the street lights couldn't be seen, people couldn't drive. Yeah, I mean, they're probably still going to, because Florida will always be Florida. It's the only country where a man can try to rob a convenience store with an alligator. Nobody else would ever do that, only Florida. So, you guys are always going to be weird. Unfortunately, you just have to own it. I mean, we have weird people here, but there's a difference. I mean, in Scotland, they're climbing up things, they're putting cones on statues' heads, and yeah, it's art. It's kind of interesting. I've seen a video of a Scottish guy climbing up a lamppost to punch a seagull. I don't know if he was punching the seagull or stealing the seagull, but I know he climbed up a lamppost and got into a seagull's nest. I think the seagull stole something from him and he wanted it back. I don't know. But yeah, he still climbed up like a 20-foot pole while drunk to get back his shit from a seagull, which is honestly impressive to be fair. In the UK, mostly it's just fighting. People just fight each other, which I'd like it if they could not.
Twice new day. Now march to work.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's true. People do weird shit. Also, I'm not buying a ticket to heaven unless you can provide me proof. You know? I also don't want one, because that's not how heaven works. But also, what does it mean about you if you know that you have to buy a ticket into heaven because you're not getting in naturally? What did you do? Because you know that you are unredeemable if you already know you're not going to heaven at that point. Because, like, if you believe in Christianity, then you believe that Jesus forgave you for your sins, so what did you do? You know? I just think it's interesting. But never trust Christians to actually stand by their word, I think, is the lesson that everyone can take. Because, like, if you actually believed in it, you'd behave differently, but... Yeah, I mean, true. That is very true. Depressingly so, but yeah. I do want to listen to some more. I finally listened to some of the new X-Love songs.
Glory
I tend
to
to
our
avoid
great
listening to new
leader.
music when it first comes out, just because I want to watch some shorts with it in. I want to kind of hear it naturally a bit before I kind of dive right in. It takes me a bit to adjust to new things. And I like artists and I want to support their work and I don't want to be like, but it's new and it's scary. Although I do gotta say, I love the outfits. I really do. The outfits are... Why? Why do you need that much shit? Fine. Oh, nice. They got the shit. Nice. They're coming home. And they didn't die, which is brilliant. Right. The bomb, we got the bomb, let's go. We got the bomb, we got the bomb, let's go. At least I skipped that childhood phase of sticking stuff up my nose for some reason. I had like friends that did that. I had a friend who kept putting crayons up her nose and another one that kept putting Legos up her nose. And like, for some reason I avoided that, which is cool. What is Days and Days? Because I haven't heard of it. I might have heard of it. I'm really bad at remembering artists, but I don't think I've heard of it. I'm trying to get more into Mad Sai. I've been listening to some more of his stuff. Um, because I really like it. It's good bop music. I also need to assemble a bit more of a playlist for pole dancing, because I like having some good pole dancing songs. And there is nothing like doing a workout while listening to WAP. It's just a fun time. And also it just makes it so much less unserious. It's just fun. I also need to work out what some of the other songs on my teacher's playlist are called, because I love them and I want to have them on there. I do quite like Alibi. I think I'm going to put Alibi on there just because it's a good song to dance to. Oh, okay. Huh, cool. Good for them. For, like, being sober and getting their lives back on track. Because that's not easy, and, you know, yeah. And they found something else that's creative and that gives them a good outlet,
Bundle up.
which is
It's
nice.
getting colder. Our leader calls us to work.
Oh, nice, I fully upgraded the generator.
Severely punish.
I'm just collecting achievements. This is fun. If you say I could even wait all night, or until my heart explodes, how long till we find a way to move toward your we can run away with me anytime you want, terrified of what I'd be as a kid from what I've seen. A single day as people try to put the pieces back together just to smash them down. Turn my headphones up real loud. Yeah, I do definitely want to find some new musicians to listen to. Because I listen to Opal and Sky, which I really like. They're doing a tour at the moment with a famous scene band from back in the early 2000s, which is kind of cool. Not really my vibe, but plus I don't really go concerts, but I might listen to the band, because I have heard of their song. Never listened to it fully, but I have heard of it. You can run away with me anytime you want. I wish we could have, like, coal barrels that didn't have to be attached to the street, you know? Anytime you want. I want to maybe see about getting some streetlights. I feel like the streets are lit enough though, because like they have streetlights. Look at that. That's a streetlight right there. But apparently we don't have streetlights. And I feel like the heaty things, they give us enough. Oh, cool.
All crews, turn over
I
your
am looking into
tools.
stuff, so
The
maybe I'll
shift
look
is
into them.
over.
Or,
Glory
well, them as
to
a
our
band.
great leader.
So yeah, it's interesting though. I have got a few. There's somebody I listen to. They do. Well, she does songs in French and also in English, which is pretty cool. And I like them because I like listening to songs in French as well. I do want to get some more songs in other languages. I want to find some Ukrainian bands, because I'm trying not to listen to Russian bands, but I do want to listen to some Czech language bands. Maybe some Polish bands could be cool. And then I want to get... I've got a couple of Japanese bands that I used to listen to. I might pick them back up again. But I also might get... maybe. If I want Italian music, I can hit up my neighbour. I bet he's got some. But it will not be the kind of thing I listen to. It'll be very old style. But you know, if he likes it, good for him. What time even is it? Oh, technically I need to be turning off. I don't have anything on though. I could just keep going. Yeah. Also, what is it with you message people? They're like, "Oh, how are you?" You respond and you go, "And you?" and they don't respond. Yeah, I'll think about it. I mean, the game's not really going anywhere, but it's kind of nice chatting. And it's like I've got an hour before I've got to start on food, and people are going to be late home, so I don't really care. The only reason I end at 5 is because people are going to be home. But I'm not that tired today, so it's all good. I can probably keep going. Right. Oh, that's just somebody talking about freedom and unity. Now we've got the heat going up in a sec, so that's fine. We might be turning some stuff off. I think some people, like, they'll ask how are you because they don't know what else to say. And then when you don't respond with good, they panic. And it's like, it's kind of interesting because, I mean, it's fine. I mean, someone's not good, that's okay. And life's not all sunshine and roses. But some people just can't handle that, which interests me. Better futures. What are people on? I'm having like. I like messaging people. Also, like, nobody's been messaging me all weekend, and suddenly it's like Tuesday, and people are suddenly all in my messages. I'm just like, what happened this
Our
weekend that
leader
everyone was
turned up
busy?
to work. Slackers will
It's
be
interesting.
severely
I
punished.
have had to block a couple people though, because some people are weirdos and don't understand UK law. Don't randomly like stuff on my phone. I did not ask you to. E. It's just funny because I'm like, what is happening? Because I get that like work and stuff, but you'd think that people would message less during the week because they have work. And then like sometimes on Grindr, the weekends will be like really busy, and other times it's not. I think it's football. I think everyone's watching football, and that's why no one's messaging. But everyone can't be watching football. I'm not watching football. Like I can't believe that everybody is watching the football. You know? But apparently everybody is. I mean, yeah, but from what I've seen of people messaging, most of them are not going to Pride Month. I've got a friend who's going, but that's because they're working it. And most of the people either aren't going, or like are working then, or like a couple of people just don't go to Pride Month. I had one guy who was like, "Oh yeah, I'm at Pride Festival," and he's like, "I don't go to Pride because like people go. I don't go to Pride because I'm down low and I don't want to be outed." Most of the people here are straight. Like most of the people here are straight families. If you just show up in regular clothes, nobody's gonna think you're gay. They're just gonna think you're an ally, you're being supportive. Like you can go to Pride Month. I mean, it is always sad. The few times I have been to Pride Month, it was kind of sad seeing people going home and like wiping off the rainbows on their cheeks and hiding their flags and like taking off all of their decorations because they were going home to an unsafe house. And that was always sad, but you can go to Pride. You can go to Pride discreet, you can go to Pride in full glam, you can go to Pride with your Pride flags flying or with nothing at all. I mean, you can be an ally, you can like show people that you're part of the community. It's up to you. But, you know, again, it's up to the individual. So if they feel like they can't go to Pride because they'd out themselves, I guess, but it does kind of make me feel a bit sad because no, that's not how it works. No one's going to suspect that. There were loads of people at the Pride I went to, and there'll be loads of people at the next one. Maybe they have friends. I mean, it depends on your family. If your family's like really homophobic and it's like, how come you even support those people? Then, you know, it's not really safe. But
The
unless they're tracking you,
dictatorship
that's a bit
is
different.
over.
I do have a friend that's
Supporters,
they're
praise
being
our
tracked and they
glorious
have had some
leader.
issues with their parents being, why are you in there and that whole thing. So I get that it's not like that for everybody, but for a lot of people, if you're not being watched, you could come, you know? Coming to Pride does not mean you're outing yourself. Coming to Pride does not mean that you're telling everyone you're gay. And you shouldn't, you know, stop that. Yeah, that's the thing. Like, I personally am not a big fan of Pride because it feels very corporate and it's not very accessible. And, you know, it's just, I tend to end up sitting on a bench watching other people have fun because I can't really join in that much. And I often don't have the money to buy stuff. And even if I did, I don't really buy stuff for the sake of it. And I'll look at it and I'll be like, it's cool, but I don't need it. And I kind of have something like this at home. I mean, I do kind of want to buy stuff, but I like buying stuff that's going to last. And I'm going to use again. And also, they never have my flags, which is also kind of a whole thing. But yeah, yeah. And that's the thing, like, we don't realise what we've got until it's taken away. And with everything going on right now, we need to make my Pride more of a protest. We need to remind people that, look, we're here, and making it illegal for us to exist isn't going to make us go away. We're still going to be here, we've always been here. And throughout history, they remove references to us and they make us shut up, and it doesn't make us go away. They've always existed. You can look back at stuff from Rome, you can look back at stuff from ancient China or all sorts of places. Even Tudor England. In Tudor England, they made it illegal for men to get married. But they said nothing about lesbian marriages because they could not work out how lesbians would get together. But at the same time, men would still sleep in the same bed. They could not make it illegal for men to sleep in the same bed because until very recently, it was common to share beds with strangers. Like, you would go to an inn, you'd share a bed with a stranger. It's in Moby Dick as well. And so they couldn't make it illegal for men to share beds, so people just ignored it and got on with it, and nobody really cared, because it's just what you did. And, you know, servants would sleep in the same beds as, you know, each other, and it wouldn't mean they were dating, it wouldn't mean anything, you just, for warmth, all that sort of thing. Yeah. So it's just ridiculous, all of this puritanical bullshit. And honestly, I used to think, oh, but if I just align myself with the people who are against the most stuff, then they'll like me. They'll think I'm moral. They won't. They're just unhappy people who want other people to be unhappy, and they want to ban as many things as possible because they're afraid. And they don't know what they're afraid of, but they also think that if they just ban enough things, then they'll be good, and it's not true. Yeah, exactly. Like, it's ridiculous. But yeah, and that's the thing. Everything's bullshit. Everything's made up. Nothing's real. Everything's societal. You know, gender has varied from culture to culture for so long, and it wasn't until the West colonized everyone and went, no, there are only two, you can only be two, that everyone went, I mean, I guess if I don't want to get murdered, I'm gonna agree with you. And now everyone's like, no, but there can only be two, and it's been like that in our history, and I'm just like, it's the history you didn't read, but okay. Like, you know, fair, but I don't know, it's all ridiculous. And then science is like, yeah, there's not two, and they're like, no, but I don't like this science, I like the old science. Well, the old science is wrong, that's how science works, because science is always changing. And to be a better scientist, I need to get better at accepting that for a scientific theory, you need to put it out there as a, prove me wrong, prove that I have done something wrong, test it, and prove me wrong. Fight me on this. Like, please, genuinely, come up with some evidence to prove that I'm wrong, and show me it. Because if you're just like, no, I'm not wrong, you can fight me but I'll never be wrong, then that's not science. That's not how it works, because that's not how we grow and learn. So, I don't know, but yeah, whole thing's interesting. Exactly. It's also, if you're going to debate, let's debate. We can debate. You know, we can prove our cases and come up with evidence and do evidentiary support and not talk from feelings and do it in a proper structured way with a negotiator or mediator who makes sure we're sticking to the rules, and if you violate the rules, then you lose. And somebody else determines who wins and who loses. We can do that. But an argument is not a debate, don't pretend it is. Because it's not, you know? If you're talking, yeah, well, I feel, that's not a debate. You're not allowed to do that in a debate. That's not how debate works. You know? And yeah, you can still be wrong in a debate, you can still be proven wrong. And it's chill, you know? There's nothing big about being wrong. And I think too many of us think that being told we're wrong is the same as being told we're bad. Because I think a lot of the time, that's how we're taught, you know? And just because you're taught it doesn't mean it's right, you know? Like, I was also raised in that whole, but if somebody says that you're doing something wrong, that's them insulting you. And then I thought about it, and I went, well, why? It still feels like that every time. Every time it feels like an attack, and you've got to stop. You've got to tell your brain, no, shut up. No, that's not how it works. They're not saying you're a bad person. They're not saying that you don't deserve to be alive. They're just saying, hey, you messed up and you did a thing, and you can just go, yeah, I got that wrong, or yeah, I messed up and I'm sorry. And it doesn't have to be a big deal. But people make it into a big deal because of ego. And I'm not gonna lie, I'm still working on it. I'm not great at it. But at least I step away and I say, look, I'm gonna take some time because right now I'm getting angry and it's unnecessary. But, I don't know. It's about working on yourself. It's about going, I don't like the way I'm handling this. And changing it. And that's chill. Like, I technically ended up fighting somebody about something today. I was trying to ask questions because I was genuinely confused. And looking back, it did kind of sound like I was trying to fight him on it. And I probably should have worded it better. Because he was saying that he had AC, and I was like, yeah, but most British homes aren't really built for AC, so how did you do that? Like, did you, like, put holes in your wall? Because isn't that going to cause problems in the cold? And, like, how many rooms do you have? Because, like, a lot of the problem is that our walls are so thick that AC is just not really going to work. But I was kind of doing it in a slightly defensive way, which is not helpful, and I need to work on that. Because I was basically trying to work out, like, how did you do it? Do you have a house like mine? Is it even possible? But it was coming across like, oh, but you're questioning this thing I believe in, and so I'm going to fight you, which is not helpful for anybody. So yeah. And then it turns out he just has those stick-on-the-wall units that they have in, like, shitty hotels and offices that are known for causing damp problems, so, yeah. Yeah, it is about the tone. And I think we all need to work on the tone sometimes, like, I know that I do it all the time, and then I have to be like, yeah, you're doing the thing, stop it. So, yeah. But that's the thing, if you go, hang on, I don't like the way I'm phrasing this, that's one thing. But if you just go, no, I'm right and you're wrong, and don't question me, then yeah, we're gonna have issues. Because it's not helpful to anyone. It's not helpful when I do it, it's not helpful when somebody else does it. It's just unnecessary. But hey, what do we find? Nothing. We're gonna go to a large pit. Hello? I'm gonna select that properly this time. Thank you. Right. The kids from yesterday. Today. I also need to, like, look into... I managed to get all my skincare stuff the other day, which is great. I've now got a facial moisturizer that doesn't have sun cream in for when I'm inside the house. It smells like peaches, which I was not expecting. It's kind of nice. I kind of like peaches. I used to like peach smoothies when I was in nursery. It's kind of cool. And peach yogurt's nice, but I don't really eat peaches anymore as an adult. Mostly because, I mean, what can you really get peaches in that actually tastes like peaches as an adult other than eating peaches? I don't know, but meh. Also, I swear fruit's gotten sweeter over the years. I swear that oranges when I was a kid weren't as sweet as they are now. But maybe I'm wrong. I think I've done everything on this tree. Have I? I think I have. Yeah, that's everything. There's nothing left to upgrade. Well, okay then. Not yet, but I'm basically chickening out because the instructions are scary and it's supposed to smell bad and just But I need to do it. I might try and do it like tomorrow afternoon maybe. I mean it's really hot then, so it'd give me a reason to get in the shower afterwards, which would be cool. But yeah, I don't know. But also, I don't think my skin's bad enough that I can't wax, so I might just do that instead. Because I'm like way prefer waxing to using chemicals. Maybe I'm just weird like that, but I don't know. Chemical strippers kind of scare me. I use them for like paint all the time. I know it's not the same thing, but they freak me out. And I've read too many stories of people getting chemical burns. Oh, I gotta send you back somewhere. Okay. Go to the old shelter. There you go. Oh, one of my books finished, and I was like really upset about the way it ended, and I kind of want to get the book. Like, it's a web novel, and I can't find the author. I don't think they have social media, or at least none under their pseudonym, which is kind of a shame because I wanted to see if they would sell, like, would sell like a printed version of the book because I'd kind of like it. I just don't like the way it ended. I do think it ended a bit prematurely, but I still love the book. It's called Just Swipe Right, and it's a really interesting read. Highly recommend. It is a megaverse, so like if you're not into that, don't read it. But I still love the book, and I love the relationships, and like yeah, like Finn's family is just so sweet, and I love them. That is a good idea. I know where mine is. I do it like digitally because I get ebooks and audiobooks. You might see if Libby works in your area. So Libby is like an e-library thing, and it will hook up with your local libraries. You can also check. There might be a website called Find My Library, or something like that, or you can try Googling libraries in your state or libraries in your area, kind of thing. I don't know. But that's normally how I find stuff. I'll like type what I'm looking for, and then I'll type my location or my country if I'm looking countrywide, and that's normally how I find stuff. So yeah. Everybody wants to change the world. Everybody wants to change the world, but nobody wants to die. Also, I think that Keir Starmer is the one that made it so that people are now getting 40 years in jail for being part of Palestine Action, which, by the way, is not a terrorist group. Like, they're not a terrorist group. That's not how that works. It doesn't fit the definition of terrorism. Because destroying military-held buildings, not even military-held buildings, because they're not really destroying them, property damage on military-owned buildings is not terrorism, because it does not affect civilians and does not instill fear in civilian populations. And therefore, it can't be terrorism. Like, it's just an act of resistance and property damage, which, you know, is still a crime. But it's not terrorism, and it's really pissing me off that they're weakening the definition of terrorism by doing this shit. But yeah. And then there's all the stuff they did for trans people, which is now making it even more difficult to use the bathroom in public spaces. Because I do not pass for either right now, because I'm like in between. Although to be fair, that even if I fully transition and get top surgery and everything, which is still way too expensive, there is still a full chance I'm going to be accosted in the men's room, just because I don't look masculine enough. And that sucks. But it wouldn't be the first person it happened to, because it happens to people all the time right now. Both in America and the UK. And it's just ridiculous. Like, just do cubicles, man. Well, that's not how terrorism works. They're like, oh, you're attacking the government. Terrorism. Not how that works. That's a resistance fighter. Different word, different definition. Like guerrilla fighters, you could also call them that. Still not quite right, but you could call them that. If I can work out how to climb a telephone pole safely with my condition, and I can get good enough gear, I might go around taking down the surveillance cameras in my area because they've started doing facial recognition. It's pissing me off. And they've been doing it now for like a couple years. They went up like last year or the year before, and it's just ridiculous. If it wasn't so hot, I'd be wearing my mask all the time. But it's too hot right now, so I'm only wearing it on the train because I don't need COVID for like a 5th time right now. But yeah, it's another reason I want to get a neck fan, because then I can wear my mask more. But hey. We are made from the sharpest things you say. Yeah, I know, people working in the coal pits keep getting frostbite, but I don't have a way of heating up the frost pits, because they haven't given me that option. Good. AI data centers are horrible. I would really like to see some more direct action against AI data centers. There aren't many in the UK. I don't think there are any in the UK, I think they're mostly in America. But I'd love to see some more direct action against it, because it is just disgusting to see this thing, like, happening. Also, like, people keep saying, but I need AI because, like, how else am I going to create this project? I just saw a really beautiful short film created by 4 independent artists. It took them 5 weeks, that's just over a month. It's a short film, 5 minutes long, max. I think it's more like 2 to 3 minutes long. It is beautifully well done. The message is amazing. There's not a single word spoken in the entire thing. It's also completely French, which is probably why there's not a single word spoken, because it's available to broader audiences then. And it's masterfully done. It means more than any, like, bullshit AI thing. People are like, but I need AI to make my products. No, you don't. You can make something shorter, you can make something that's less well polished. Like, nothing says you have to produce like Hollywood quality. Nobody even wants Hollywood quality without, you know, the story behind it. People forget that oh, what's it called? ASDF was a thing. It's fucking stick figures. And people loved it because of the story behind it, because of the message, because of the comedy. And people think, oh, but I need like AI to do it because of the quality. No, you don't. You need a story. And if you don't have one, if you don't have a vision, if you don't have anything, nothing matters. And if you do have a story and if you do have a vision, you don't need Hollywood quality anyway. Do it with what you have. Make it less like quality. Take longer. Like, you have that option. And it will mean more. Yeah. They would starve you because they care more about the machines than the people. It's ridiculous. I remember growing up, there were water shortages all the time when I was a kid. We had a hosepipe ban for most of my childhood. There was like all these problems with the water. Like, don't use the water, you're using too much water, cut down on water wastage, all of this. And now they're like, but AI. And I know that AI doesn't use as much water as everyone says it is. And like, there's actually no way to calculate how much water AI is using per prompt because it's about the training and, one prompt is often actually multiple prompts to get the answer you want. And also, that water is not. I don't actually know what happens to the water, but it's not really about the water, but it's also. It is because you're taking the water that's ready to be drunk by people. You're putting more demand on the systems needed to clean that water for other people to drink it, and you're meaning that it costs more money for the water to be processed. It's not the same as hydroelectric that takes water directly from a river and uses that water and doesn't clean it, doesn't process it. It's not drinking water. And those things also have their own problems. They heat up the water, which is a definite problem. Because the hot water is going back in, you're raising the temperature of rivers, you're raising the temperature of the ocean, which has drastic consequences for the things living in it. But at the same time, it's not the same as like taking drinking water, and it's also where they're taking the drinking water, because they're taking it from places that a lot of the time were already under drought warnings, were already places that didn't have enough clean water. Like, you have places like Flint, Michigan, that don't have access to clean water. I'm pretty sure they still don't, because bottled water companies are stealing their water. It's not innocent. It's purposeful. Yeah, and nuclear is actually better for the environment. At least it does something. I mean, hydroelectric, it provides power that's less wasteful than coal. Wind turbines, amazing, and I don't understand why people hate them. They're beautiful things. I love seeing wind turbines. I've always loved wind turbines. I find them really pretty. We got to see some on our beach trip to Greater Yarmouth. They've got a whole solar wind farm just off the shore. It's amazing, and I love it. And I'd love to see more of them, and I don't understand the whole fuss. And I'd like to see coal just disappear in my lifetime. I'd like to see it go. We could put solar in place. I mean, you have to use solar in specific ways, but one way I've used it seen is put solar panels over a car park. Yeah. Also, most nuclear meltdowns were caused by government inefficiencies, were caused by like classic problems that happen in every industry that could be avoided by better governance, that could be avoided by people not cutting corners to save costs, and things that wouldn't really happen in a proper society. I mean, other than Chernobyl, most of the nuclear incidents that happened in Russia were from things that wouldn't have happened in the US because they don't give enough shit about their people to build them houses. There was a nuclear incident in Russia before the Olympics that Russia was hosting where they were building new flats and they were rushing to build these flats, and one of the things they were using was a radioactive piece of technology to scan the granite for like mining and stuff, and they dropped it. It fell out of its containment, but they were rushing, they didn't pick it up, and it ended up embedding in one of the walls of this flat that was made. Two children died because they lived next to this wall and they were irradiated and developed leukemia and died. But that wouldn't have happened in the US because you guys don't give enough of a shit about your people to build flats. It wouldn't have happened in the UK because they don't care. They would just ship the homeless people out of the way so people can't see them. They wouldn't build houses because they don't care about their people. They don't care about where their people are housed. Which is why that wouldn't have happened, because you wouldn't have built the houses in the first place. You wouldn't have been rushing to build the houses, you would have just let people die, let people starve. And yeah, Chernobyl is a massive deal, and the way the government handled it was wrong. And the main problem I found with a lot of these incidents that happened in Russia is just a breakdown in governance. I mean, a lot of them are actually orphan sources, and orphan source incidents could be completely eradicated by better management. You know, there's multiple orphan source accounts that have happened from medical technology or from explosions being left and not cleaned up, etc., etc. And most of these, I'd say small, but like they're not small, they're just not industrial nuclear incidents, have happened just because of classical failures
Our leader
in
has just
governance, classical
responded.
failures in
Frostpunk
organisation, in
severely
health and
punished.
safety, and the like. Going, it's fine, no one's going to find it, I don't have to clean it up. No, you should. You should clean it up. You shouldn't go, but I don't really want to spend the money cleaning it up. It's kind of fucking important, and you should probably handle that, like, now, maybe? But yeah, and then it's also, you've got, like, oh, what was it? It's the one that happened in America,
Attention,
isn't it like
shift
9
is
Mile
over.
Island or
Proceed
something?
to quarters.
Whatever it
Praise
is.
our
It was
glorious
blown out of
leader.
proportion because of bad communication. Most of the incidents that happened in Fukushima and that happened in 3 Mile Island, I think that was what it was called actually, in America was because of people not understanding nuclear. If people had better education on nuclear, if people weren't fear-mongered into it, and if people didn't associate the nuclear industry with nuclear weapons, which are two completely different things, then we wouldn't have many of these instances. Because a lot of the stress, a lot of the illnesses that came after were because of the stress caused by unnecessary evacuations, by poor reporting, by all sorts of things that wasn't actually caused by the nuclear. Actually, nuclear related deaths in when it comes to nuclear incidences are incredibly low. And most of them, when they do happen, are related to Chernobyl.
Thank our leader for
And,
his bright new
you know,
day.
we all know why
Now
that one
pass
happened.
to
It
work.
could have been avoided. You've got a couple of people that died from incidents. Most of them, again, are caused by classic health and safety failures. Those people would have died in other factories too. And in fact, there's some cases where stuff that people wouldn't consider dangerous. There was a popcorn factory, for example. I heard about this one in the Medical Mysteries podcast that I like to listen to,
By order of our great
um,
leader,
where a lot of the
the
workers
shift is
died.
over. March to your quarters.
Yeah. And also, it wasn't as bad as people reported it. It genuinely wasn't what people said it was. They were really worried about it leaking out into the ocean, but most of the deaths were just from the tsunami or people getting stressed about having to evacuate and not being able to return home, you know? And it's still more deaths than the coal industry. It's still more deaths than cars. It's just that the coal industry doesn't want us to use renewable energy sources, so they make things sound worse than it is because they don't want it to sound like a desirable option. Because it hurts their business model. And we know time and time again that's what they do. They don't want you using something, they make you scared of it because it benefits them. And it's disgusting that they do that. But, you know, that's lobbying for you. But yeah, there was, I was talking about there was a popcorn factory,
Thank
and
our
because of what
leader
they were
for his
using on the
bright
popcorn,
new
because of the
day.
high
Now
concentrations in the
pass to
factory,
work.
it was getting inside people's lungs, and it was making them very sick, and they developed, like, this really nasty illness, and a lot of people died. But people aren't going to say end the popcorn industry, because they're going to be like, oh, it's a workplace accident. You know, you can put better safeties in place, but it happens in nuclear,
By
and they're like,
order
the
of
whole
our
nuclear
great
industry has to be
leader,
shut down, we can't
the
let this happen
shift is
again,
over.
instead of,
March
oh,
to
there
your
was a workplace
quarters.
accident caused by X, Y, and Z, which we can prevent in future. You know? And yeah, when nuclear goes wrong, it can go wrong horrifically. So can coal. An entire village in the UK was buried by a landslide caused from a coal mining plant. It buried a school. It killed an entire school of children. It was such a tragic disaster at the time that it shocked people all over the nation. I wasn't alive when this happened, but I've heard about it. And, you know, it was just a mountain slide of coal that just collapsed because of poor planning, because it wasn't done properly, it wasn't handled properly. There's sinkholes all over the UK that collapsed because of the coal industry. And yet, there's burning pits in America all the time. But people don't use that as a, but the coal industry should be shut down, because, I mean, yeah, and it should be shut down, but it should be shut down for more than those reasons. But something a tenth of the scale with half of the impact happens in nuclear, and people are like, nuclear shouldn't exist. It should all be like shut down and like, oh, you can't possibly, and all of this. You know that there was more problems from the radium. The radium hype happened in after World War II. And basically, people were putting it in everything. They were putting it in supplements, they were painting with it, they created a very interesting radioactive contraption that was used to fit you for shoes. You
We'll
know?
thank our leader for this
Yeah,
bright new day. Now march
the
to
coal industry is a
work.
disgusting thing. But it's also one of the most effective uses of boycott strikes ever seen in my country. And I will always respect the coal miners for that. I will respect the coal miners for a lot, to be honest. I have nothing against the coal miners, it's the coal industry I hate. And they're just the workers in it. I've got a great, no, not a great uncle, a godfather who works in the oil industry. Hmm, exactly. And people just seem to pick and choose. But it is a problem. It is definitely a problem. But yeah, and there's just a lot of shit that happens. And then it's just, you know, cars. Cars that are powered by oil. They kill so many people a year, and people choose not to see it because it doesn't benefit them. Because you've got to think about it. You've got to think about the fact that people die. The end of my road. Since I was a kid, there's been flowers up on that street sign almost every single week since I was very little. Because the crossing at the end of my road didn't have any crossings. There was no crossings, it's a four-way junction with no lights, no pedestrian crossings, nothing. And the cars don't look where they're driving. And somebody died. I don't know, I think it was more than one person has died at that crossing. But people have died at that crossing. And so there's always flowers, there's always memorials. You drive down the highway that's like near my house. You drive down the motorway and there's so many flowers everywhere. There's like barriers by the crossing down by the hospital near me that have been crushed in by cars. You see lampposts toppled and all of this. And people just say, "Oh yeah, but you know, that's necessary. It's just part of the world and you can't get rid of it." Why? Why is it necessary? Why do we not have the option to say, "No, actually, I don't want this. I don't like this."
By
I
order
don't
of
think
our
that
great leader,
we should
crossing is
have to.
over.
I don't think that we
March
should
to
have to
progress.
accept this. I don't think we should have to accept that this thing kills people. I don't think we should have to accept that children have to die on their way to school because there aren't crossings by their school. I don't think we should have to accept. Um, yeah, it's always the teddy bear shrines, and you're just like, how young was this person? They shouldn't be dead. I've seen 3 people die from cars, and that's in person. That's not counting. Like, I've seen a guy. Yes, he was jaywalking, but you know, and he shouldn't have been jaywalking. Sure, but the crossings in that area are awful, and it's all 3, by the way, are around this one crossing where I used to live. One was a cyclist that got crushed underneath a ATV. I don't know how it happened, but when I got off the train, I know that all the roads were closed, and I know that, you know, yeah, I know that basically they ended up underneath the wheels, and there was just cut clothing still stuck underneath the wheels where the person had been stuck, and a crumpled bike, and a way too much blood to have come out of a human. And it's just, you know, that shouldn't be happening. And then
What is virtue?
there was another
Praise our
cyclist.
great
Most of them are
leader.
cyclists, but one was just a guy got hit right in front of me, and he went down. He got hit by this car um, that didn't see him, and it bumped him. It was a people mover, thank God. If it was a bigger car, it would have been worse. But he went down. His head hit the curb, and he didn't get up again. And there was just so much blood, and it shouldn't have happened. If there were better crossings, it wouldn't have happened. But unfortunately, it's car infrastructure. Where I am is quite heavily car infrastructure. You can't, like, it'll be like, oh yeah, it's 30 minutes to get here, and then you'll look at a car, and then you'll look at public transport, and it's 2 hours. It's 2 hours to get somewhere that's 30 minutes by car. You know, people will be like, oh, you can totally get to that job. It's like less than a mile away. I'm like, okay, put it into put it into Google Maps and put it on public transport. And suddenly it's, oh, actually you can't get there. There's no way you can get there. Like, yeah, I know. And it's why I don't want to live here anymore. It's why I want to move, because I should not be behind the wheel of a car. I know this. I know that if I had the choice, I should not drive. And I don't feel like I got that choice. You know? Yeah. And it's just ridiculous. It shouldn't be this way. There are better ways of doing it. I've actually been talking to my council. I've worked out where the crossings would need to go. I've worked out the problems with the crossings. I've worked out how many parking spaces would be lost, and they refuse. They absolutely refuse to put in a crossing because but the parking spaces. And I've told them, I have been here for years, and never once have I seen that road have that parking full. Never once have I seen every single parking space full of cars. So I know for a fact that that is not a good enough excuse. They just don't want to. They just don't want to, inconvenience anybody. They're so worried about inconveniencing drivers. They're like, oh yeah, but we can't shut down the road because drivers are going to be upset. Oh, we can't put in crossings because drivers will be upset. What about the children? What about the children who have to cross that street every single day, who have to dodge cars and might get hit? What about the families who don't know if their kid's going to get hit? What about, there's so much. And you could just put in better crossings, but they don't want to. And it's ridiculous. And so much of it is like, oh, but the drivers don't like it, so we're actually going to get rid of it. And it's why? Why? Because when it comes to taxing them, when it comes to parking tickets, when it comes to things that make the government money, they don't give a shit. Yeah, and it's always that. It's always in the rich parts of town, always in the touristy neighborhoods. It's never in places that aren't going to be seen. It's never in places where people live. It's ridiculous. And, nobody asked. We'll be asking for stuff for years, and then they'll be like, there's a touristy event happening in your area, so we're gonna redo all the streets. The streets are fine. Nobody asked for you to level out the pavement. I mean, it's nice that you leveled out the pavement, great. Not what we asked for. Actually, not a pressing concern. You've just given the place a cosmetic facelift, when we've been asking for practical, useful things for years, and you have not been listening. I need to turn all of these off. Fucking hell. It's burning coal at the speed of fuck. I need to stop swearing if I want to make partner. But honestly, that's not why I'm not making partner. I just need to stream more often, and I need to get better views. So I should probably try some other times. Okay. That fuck. Not what I'm trying to do. Yeah, well, I'll turn off the heating, and I'll turn off, one of these in these areas. Yeah. Probably. But where's the fun in that, you know? Probably is some fun in that, but it's chill. And there we go. And I mean, if you guys have your heating on, you don't need that on, do you? You just have your heating on. Eeh. See, no, because that's what we've got the no swear redeem for. Also, I can't squat right now. I tried to on Sunday, and my leg said no. But yeah, I do sit-ups at the moment when my legs are bad. But I can do 12 sit-ups, and then I just get bored. I don't get DOMs, I just get bored. Because sit-ups aren't hard. I mean, they should be, but they're not hard. I've been doing them for years. Mostly just make me a bit dizzy. That was not a sound my shoulder's supposed to be making. I don't know why they have to ask me about imprisonment. I don't have another option. They're gonna do it anyway. Empty snow hut. I want to do the frozen pond. It's probably going to be nothing there, but I want to do the frozen pond for some reason. At least these people never have to worry about water. They're just surrounded by stuff, they just have to melt it. You know? That's kind of cool. I mean, still, the cold is not good, but at least it's better than a desert. I mean, yeah, you're cold in the snow, but you can put on layers. In the desert, you can't take off more layers than you have. and also water's a problem. So, you know, like, it's debatable. Yeah. I love Alaskan stories. Like, Alaska has some of the good horror stories. Because they've got the, like, wilderness stories, they've got the Home Alone stories, they've got transport stories. Like, they're kind of like a great place to get horror stories from. It's actually kind of exciting. I mean, not for them, but for the rest of us that don't have to live there. It's kind of fun. What are people chatting about on the group chat? Sketchbooks, I think. I need to get, one of my notebooks out, because I want to take it with me. Yeah, no. I had a friend that used to like kind of going on the frozen lakes because we've got some near me. But they say do not walk on the ice. Like, I don't care how cold it is. The ice is not like strong enough to hold your weight, and used to run on them, and I was just like, you're gonna die one day, and I'm not coming in to get you. I'm not doing it. Like, I'll call an ambulance, I'll call for help, but I'm not going in after you. So get off the ice, please. But yeah, we were like kids, so it's fine. Yeah, oh, that's fair. Being trapped under it is a whole thing. It's why I don't get ice swimming. You know when they cut a hole and they swim under the ice and then they come up to another hole? Don't do that. You're gonna get stuck. It's terrifying. It just seems like a bad idea. Like, all around, just a bad idea. It does not seem like a fun time. But, you know, what are people if they're not making poor decisions when it comes to sport? All of our sports are just, hey, what if I just did a thing? And everyone else is like, can you not do the thing, maybe? And we're like, eh. It'll be fun, though. And everyone's like, no, distinctly not fun. Yeah, I love good folklore stories. Especially, like, I I don't speak about them because I respect the culture enough to know that you don't fucking talk about that shit. But, like, all those stories of just like, hey, if you hear this in the woods, no you didn't, mind your business, shut up, don't, no. Like, no. That's just a classic thing. If you feel something behind you, if you feel something that makes you want to look at it, ignore it. Because if it wants you to look at it, it wants you to look at it for a reason. Yeah, basically. There's there's like a sport, it's not a sport, it's a competition in Canada. Where you dunk your hair in the hot springs and you try and make it freeze in fun shapes, and it's just stop doing that, please. That can't be good for you. It can't. It really I refuse to accept that's good for you. Like, yeah, let me just freeze my hair and hope it doesn't break off and cause permanent damage, I guess. I don't know, but people are weird. But that's the whole thing, people are weird. That's like our entire existence. I mean, the half our sports are just, what if I could go fast? And people are like, okay, you've gone fast, and they're like, no, but what if I can go faster? No, I know. We actually had that recently, I think. It was a problem because it happened during the heat wave, and they were worried about the cheese melting. Because it is a melty cheese. But it is also, like, it's in a wheel, so it's kind of contained. So many people break their bones during that. I'm never doing it. I don't understand. Some dude, he hired stuntmen to see if they could win, and they lost. Well, no, they came second. But there's this one dude who's, like, really good at it, and he wins it every year. And it's just like, if you win it every year, how is it fun for you at this point? Like, you know you're gonna win. There's no challenge. You know you're gonna win. So, I don't know. But if he likes it, go for it. What is he gonna do with a whole wheel of cheese? Beyond me, because I eat a lot of cheese, and even I can't finish that much cheese in a year. Actually, no, that feels like a challenge. I should not finish that much cheese in a year, I'll put it that way. I probably could, but it's not a good idea. But I could. Also depends on the cheese. But I think they're rolling like Edam or something. I don't know. Yeah. Oh, I bet you those stuntmen are going back next year. If I was a stuntman and I lost to a regular dude, I'd be like, no, I'm doing it again. I got no, no, I don't accept that. I don't accept that. I have to do it again. I have to prove that I can do this better. Because they seem like the types to have that kind of mindset. But yeah, it was funny to watch, but also just, who came up with this? Who thought, oh yeah, let's race down a really steep hill where people break their bones every year. Let's keep doing that. It's so British though. It is. It is the kind of sport that is just. Someone's like, oh yeah, we do this sport, and people are like, why? And they're like, oh, it's England, and they're like, okay, no, no, I see why. Yeah, that is. yeah, you guys would. And I'm like, yeah, like, you hear hot dog eating contest and you're like, yeah, that's a very American thing to happen. I can understand. You hear we run down a really steep hill and people break their limbs almost every single year and we keep doing it and you go, Britain? Yeah, sounds like you guys would. You know? Because for some reason, it's just, if nobody's getting hurt, what's the fun? I mean, that's rugby. It's so fun when one of the teams has a white shirt and you just gotta see, like, they come in their pristine white shirts and they leave with grass stains and mud stains and blood. Is it their blood? You don't know. It's blood. And kind of, you feel a bit disappointed if you're watching rugby and nobody bleeds. Maybe that's just me. But yeah, I do like watching rugby sometimes. Shitter playing it, but it is fun to watch. But I do prefer Demolition Derby. Demolition Derby is like the only motorsport that I watch. Except bus racing. Bus racing is fun, but they don't do it anymore. But yeah, I like seeing how they piece together different parts of different cars and trying to work out which model came from what. Like what comes from which model, and then like seeing how it holds up and seeing what parts break off and like how it breaks off and like how they join it together. I I told this to somebody once and they went, I bet you like Scrap Heap Challenge, and I was like, yeah, yeah I did.
Our leader called
I
us
did
over.
really like Scrap Heap Challenge as a kid.
Severely punished.
So yeah, I also liked Robo Wars. Robo Wars is a fun one. They had there was like a computer generated version. See, the thing with monster trucks is why they've got to be up that high. The high wheels just feel unnecessary.
Attention, shift
I don't
is
know.
over. Proceed to
But
quarters.
then I've never
Praise our
really seen
glorious
good monster
leader.
trucks before. They're interesting. I like monster truck like cars, you know, the collectible little toy things, but I've seen too many people driving lifted trucks to be into monster trucks at this point. There was this lady recently, she drove over a Porsche and didn't notice until it got stuck because her car was so lifted she couldn't see a Porsche. An expensive brand new Porsche, by the way, and I saw her run over that and I just went, I mean, at least it's your wallet, not mine, because that's going to cost a lot. Yeah, fair. Maybe I should see it sometime. I don't think we do monster trucks in the UK. There's probably a tractor racing competition somewhere, and I can see that being pretty fun. There's sheep shearing competitions in some countries. I think there is one in Wales, but it's mostly in Australia. Those are quite fun. I like watching those. Um, but I don't like watching them live. That's something that you watch after. It's like after it's happened kind of thing. But then I kind of like sheep shearing. It's pretty cool, and it can be like it's an art form in its own way.
Praise our great leader.
Okay, empty snow hut it is. I don't know. Probably, to be honest. I mean, possibly. I think they do sheep shearing. Ireland does probably have sheep shearing because they have a lot of farmland. They might have a combine harvester competition. I've been in one. They're pretty cool. Terrifying. I hate them, but they're cool. Just from a distance. I don't want to ever go near one again. But yeah, no, pretty cool. They're way bigger than you think they are, and I think the fact that they're bigger than you think, I don't like that. But yeah, I've got cousins that work in farming, and I stayed with them for a bit, helped out, got to ride on a combine harvester during harvest season. It's kind of cool. Never again though, for the combine harvester. The rest of it I like. I like chickens. If I get my own place and I have a garden and enough space, I'm getting chickens. But yeah, and also a guardian dog because there's a lot of foxes. But you know, I like the idea of having chickens. They're cool. And then I can share eggs with people. Hmm. I mean, definitely don't go during summer if you're planning on going on the underground at least, because nobody should be on the underground during summer. I shouldn't be on the underground during summer, but I don't have a choice. I live here. But yeah, people keep going, I'm going to visit the UK, and I'm just like, maybe don't. Just, maybe don't. Maybe wait. But yeah, it's pretty alright though. Depends what you want to see. People keep going, let's go see the London Eye, and I'm just like, do you know how much that costs? It's just a Ferris wheel. It's just a Ferris wheel. It's not that special. It's just a big Ferris wheel that costs way more than it should. It should not be costing as much as it is, but it's run by Merlin Entertainment, so I'm not surprised, but it's way too pricey. Just go to
By
like a fair
order of
and get a
our
Ferris wheel ride.
leader, The
Bath
shift
is a
is
good one.
over. Much
Bath
too
is like
important.
fun, and they have fun accents there too. Bath. Is that? No, I don't know if that's actually Bath, but yeah, it's a pretty cool place. I think I have been there. Also, you might want to go Cheddar. Cheddar's a really cool place. It's in Somerset, and it's where cheddar cheese was invented. And they give you tours of the cheddar caves, and you can see them making cheddar cheese, and then you can do a cheddar cheese tasting, and it's really cool. And I've been there, and I want to go again. I love that place. You can also send cheese to family abroad. They have a cheese postage system. It's pretty cool. So yeah. Although I will warn you, if you're used to American cheddar, it's not American cheddar in the slightest. It's British cheddar, which is stronger and
And
has
thank
flavour.
our leader for this bright new day.
I don't
Now
like American
march
cheddar
to work.
because I grew up on British cheddar, and I have a preference. I will not eat cheese that is less than a 5. We have a scale system of cheese strength, and there's 1s, 2s, all the way up to 7. And if I'm buying cheddar, I will not eat cheddar that is below a 5. I will pay extra for good cheddar. Should I? No. I should be on a budget, but cheddar is cheddar. I will pay more for it. You can get this really good um, Welsh cave cheddar in like Waitrose. I don't like buying from Waitrose; they're pretentious, but it is good cheese. And then we've got some fancy places. There's
By order of
Paxton and
our
Whitfield,
great leader,
which is a fancy
the
shop in
shift is
central London.
over.
My
Much
family
too
used to go there at
important.
Christmas. Oh, cheddar does melt uniquely. Does your one like split? Because in the UK it splits. Like the oil will come out and the cheese does kind of get melty, but you'll get like a layer of oil, which is why I don't melt cheddar because it's not a melting cheese. If you want a melting cheese, you go for Gouda, Edam, Jarlsberg, American cheese. We call it plastic cheese, but American cheese. Uh, Raclette, if you want to get fancy with it. If you want baking cheese, you want camembert. I found that brie doesn't bake very well. Yeah, it does. It does shrink because the oil comes out. And that's why you want to cut it with things. So if you're going to have a cheddar cheese on toast thing, you want to have half cheddar, half red Leicester. It melts better and it tastes better. That's always what I do. Got that from a friend's parent when I was a kid. But yeah, Leicester has good stuff, and then Lancaster. I have issues with Lancaster. Why did they do that to shortbread? For the record, there's these things. I think they're called Lancaster cakes. It's shortbread, but it just has raisins in the middle. Why would you do that? Just ruin perfectly good shortbread by putting raisins in it. Stop putting raisins in things. Like, if you want to eat raisins, the only way that I think raisins are acceptable is in fruitcake, and if you eat them straight out the box. Stop putting raisins in baked goods. Like, nobody likes raisins in baked goods. Nobody I've ever met has liked a raisin in a baked good. We actually have, you know those Danish cookies that everyone makes the joke that the tin is always full of sewing supplies? My mum found them, and she bought them because she's in love with the tins and she wants to keep them. So, like, we've been eating the cookies out of them. We've eaten everything, apart from the raisin ones. There's just, like, 2 little cups of just raisin cookies at the bottom that nobody's touching. Nobody in my house wants them. So you can't take them into work because nobody wants them. Because nobody wants a raisin cookie. They're pretty good cookies. They're not outstanding, but they're pretty alright for a cookie. They're very buttery. I mean, if you want that, that's good. But I prefer shortbread. Good shortbread is really nice. And you can make gluten-free shortbread too. I always make my shortbread gluten-free, because I can. Anything that doesn't have leavening agents, you can swap plain flour for gluten-free oat flour, and it pretty much does the same thing. So yeah. Hello, there you go. You can start working again. I should go start making dinner. It's like, it was almost 6 the last time I checked. Oh, it's like 6 o'clock. I really should. Oh, hot cross buns also are a good use of raisins, I think, but I prefer the ones that don't have raisins in. Because you can get so many flavours. So in the UK, it used to be you could get hot cross buns, and that was it. They're just tea cakes with marzipan on top, but yeah. And they would only come out during Easter. And now you've got standard hot cross buns, chocolate orange hot cross buns, chocolate cherry hot cross buns, cherry hot cross buns. I've seen cheese hot cross buns, like all sorts. And I'm just like, why? Stop making new flavours of hot cross buns. It's just a tea cake with marzipan on top. Let it be. Hmm. I haven't actually had one before because I don't like marzipan and I don't like raisins or tea cakes, but yeah, they're alright from what I've seen at least. It's basically just a brioche bap, and I'd rather just eat like challah. Challah's nice. You can sometimes get it at my local stores. It's pretty nice. I like that. It's a nice like sweet bread to have as a snack sometimes. Um, brioche is alright, but it's not as good. But it's alright. I should save because I really need to go make dinner, and I don't want to because it's hot. I don't have any cold food options. I do have gluten-free pizza. I'm probably going to have gluten-free pizza. Uh, that means I have to put the oven on. Fuck. I don't want to put the oven on, it's hot. I'm going to go do that. Also, I keep buying the pepperoni gluten-free pizza from my store, and they keep giving me the margarita because they don't have it. And I'm just like, stop telling me you have it then. Like, it's fine. Just tell me you have the margarita. But yeah. So I should save. I'm going to save. There we go. Yes. And then we're going to go back to the main menu, and we're going to exit. I still find it funny that you can't like quit from the game. You've got to go back to main menu and then quit separate. That's fine. And yeah, so it's been great hanging out with you guys. It's been a slightly longer stream than normal today because why not? Um, that being said, it is hot here, so wherever you are, if it's also hot, please make sure you're drinking water. You know, keep a water bottle on you. If you're feeling unwell, sit down, stay hydrated, cool off wherever you can. If you're somewhere not hot, still drink water. It's kind of important. Um, so yeah, make sure to take your meds if you've forgotten. Make sure to order your meds if you've forgotten. Um, and yeah, so that being said, if you woke up today, I'm proud of you. If you had something to drink today, I'm proud of you. If you've had something to eat, I'm proud of you. If you've done something to make your life or somebody else's life better, or to make yourself or somebody else smile, then I'm proud of you. And if you've taken steps to help quit a habit that hurts you, I'm really proud of you. Now, with that being said, I'm going to sign off and go make pizza. So, that's me, Spike, signing off.